We'll call to order this regular Board of Directors meeting for the Siloam Springs Board of Directors, September 5, 2023. Roll call.
Here.
Smiley? Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here. Here.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask that you all please stand with me as Director Blair leads us in prayer, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Heavenly Father, I ask for your wisdom and guidance tonight and every day as we discuss and make decisions that affect our citizens and those around us. May it be your will that is done and not our own, for your glory and for our good. May we always remember that our government is here to serve the citizens and that we be guided by your principles. Thank you for all your many blessings and all the wonderful people in our town. May your will be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Next is public input time. At this time, I would ask if there is anyone in the audience that would like to address the board on an item that is not on our regular agenda. If so, please come to the podium, give us your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes. Is there anyone?
Good evening. My name is Mary Nolan. I'm with the Siloam Springs Museum, and I'm here to invite folks to an event that is coming up that the museum is sponsoring. It's called Walls Talk, a historic home tour. It'll be held at 714 South Madison Street, and it is a little bit of history about the Easterbrook family and the Selby family of our town.
To your mouth.
Do what?
Pull your mic down to your mouth,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
I talk so loud, I thought that I would scare people.
It just
Okay,
has to be on the
thank you.
recording, yes.
Right. And the date is September 30th, and it is on the city's website. If you'd like to look that up at www.siloamspringsmuseum.com. That is one event. Back in October, when we get to that point, the museum will be sponsoring the Tap into History, where we learn a little more history about our downtown. This year, we've got a thing called Moonshine in the Ozarks, and I promise no moonshine will be served. And it'll be just a little bit of a history lesson in how that has transpired. If you don't mind, I'd like to change hats a bit and go into Rotary. The Siloam Springs Rotary Club will be celebrating 100 years of being a club in this community. And all of the things that they have accomplished and our other civic clubs have accomplished, this is a great opportunity to really look at them and say thank you for what you do. So our 100-year anniversary will be Saturday, October 21st at the JBU Simmons Great Hall. And we will be honoring a gentleman from Fayetteville Rotary with the Rotary Impact Award. His name is Dick Trammell. But the one thing we're really excited about is we'll be honoring Mark Simmons. He will be receiving the Service Above Self Award for our community at this banquet. And from now on, every year at the banquet, there will be, we hope, to find a citizen or someone that has lived up to the Service Above Self, and they will receive the Mark Simmons Service Above Self Award. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Is there anyone else?
Blake Jones, Siloam Springs. At the last board meeting I attended, Mr. Williams was asked to speak about the federal case for Mr. Lockhart. In true fashion of Mr. Williams, watching him stumble over his words was reminiscent of a fish out of water, gasping for air. Mr. Williams has the same chance of not sounding like Joe Biden than the fish does of surviving. But it was comical watching him flounder. Mr. Gilbert stated he approves of the officer's actions that day after review. To that effect, we would expect nothing less from Mr. Gilbert, approving arresting and jailing a man with a 0.00 alcohol blood content. Mr. Gilbert has a history of intimidating and threatening to jail private citizens for standing up for their rights. The same way he once blocked me from voicing my concerns to this very board, denying me entry and threatening to jail me if I did not leave, all before the board's eyes, including David Allen and Lisa Rissler. This same board condones and promotes these actions by not only continuing to employ Mr. Gilbert and those officers, but also giving him his recent administrator position so that all complaints can be similarly discarded. In words of parting, I salute this Nazi regime. Hitler would be proud of all of you. In a request, I might ask to end hypocrisy. I ask that your prayers to God fall on deaf ears, and maybe your voices would be better heard from your daddy Satan. For those who have tried to stand up for these crimes, I would like to thank you. David Allen, Lisa Rissler, Christina Patricias, and Melissa McGowan. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yeah, Arthur Holbert, 2075 Highway 16, Sound Springs, President Chamber of Commerce. To let everyone know that we're trying to bring back the pool asylum display. It's something that Sound Springs had that the Chamber helped facilitate in 1958. We found some of the original brochures, and we're looking at 15 to 20 displays, probably 30-minute displays with music. So basically we're looking for construction people, artists to help cut out the displays. We've talked to the owner of the property on the other side of the creek from Santa Fe, New Mexico. She has authorized the clearing of the brush on the side of the mountain and all the displays, and she is part of the original family that allowed it in 1958 and for the previous 30 years. So thank you very much. Looking for artists, construction people, everyone's welcome to be a part of it. Private land.
Thank you, Arthur. Is there anyone else?
Hello, Kelsey Howard, 312 South College Street. I have a question for you, Mayor. Can you please explain and just clarify, at what point is public input allowed for things that are on the agenda, specifically if it's under staff reports?
Normally, under staff reports, there's not a public input time. The directors can request comments from
Okay.
the citizens at any time on any of the agenda items,
Okay.
but normally during staff reports, just that's information they're giving to the board.
Okay.
So
I would just, if it's permissible, I'd like to request that a director request public comment about item Q, East Main Street improvements, if there's going to be a decision made that has lasting impact.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you.
Appreciate that.
Is there anyone else? If not, is there anyone that would like to address the board on any item that is on our consent agenda? There being none, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we have something added before the consent agenda. I'm sorry, this was a revised agenda, and instead of the consent agenda, next we have a presentation from, it's a review, Attorney General's opinion by Attorney Clint Lancaster. Clint, if you would give us your name and address, please.
Sure, my name is Clint Lancaster. My address is 4150 Serene Drive in Bauxite, Arkansas, which is a good 3.5 hours from here. I would like to thank you for allowing me to address the board and the mayor about the issue with an illegal tax. And I have to say, I travel around quite a bit, and I've seen a lot of county and city government at work, and it's rare to see a room this packed, and it's rare to see a room with this much contention. And so with that, it's my hope that I can help fix one of your problems. Has everyone gotten a copy of the letter that I drafted? I haven't. You haven't? No. Oh, here you go. Tell you what, I'll put some. Sure, will you? There you go. I'm here because I have been hired to be here. If you don't know me, and you probably don't, my name's Clint Lancaster, and I'm an attorney that's famous for a couple of things. One, I'm one of only 2 attorneys in the history of the United States to have sued and recovered against the child of a United States president and represented a different sitting United States president. I have successfully sued Hunter Biden twice for child support, and that's something that no one else has been able to do. And I represented President Trump in Wisconsin in 2020 during the election challenge. Not the Kraken team of lawyers. Our team split the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and we lost overturning that election by 1. I tell you that to say that I do a lot of litigation, and I only take cases generally that I believe I can win. And I have taken a case in Siloam Springs. That case involves a contract for Main Street. It would have taken 4 votes for that resolution to have passed and for that contract to have been funded. It got 3 votes. It did not pass the board, and it died on the floor before the board. The mayor, Miss Mayor Nation, vetoed the act of the board in not approving it, and then invited the board to override her veto. That's illegal. That is not how the veto power works. The veto power has actually been interpreted by the Arkansas Supreme Court. It interprets that as part of its job of interpreting the Constitution. When the Arkansas Supreme Court makes an interpretation of the Constitution or a statute, that interpretation becomes a part of the statute itself. The Arkansas Supreme Court has said that the power to veto only arises when a measure passes a legislative body. If the measure does not pass the legislative body, then there is nothing to veto. So in this situation, what happened was the mayor's office, and I be clear, I am not blaming anybody. I am only here to say this is what I view has happened and what I think needs to happen and what will happen if that doesn't happen. When the mayor overrode the veto of a negative act, the mayor's office stopped functioning as the executive branch of city government. Instead, it functioned as the legislative branch of city government. Only the legislative branch of city government can appropriate tax dollars. When the mayor began acting as the legislative and invited the board to veto or to override her veto, it pushed the executive action back onto the board. This is unconstitutional. The problem really arises, so there's no financial penalty for that unconstitutional act other than it's wrong, and I have a feeling this packed room would like to see the city government do right. Other than that, there is a financial component. The Arkansas Constitution allows for an action to recover illegally spent tax dollars or illegally taxed tax dollars. Because our statutes are clear that only a legislative body can pass a tax, and there has been tax dollars paid to Main Street, this is an illegal exaction. As an illegal exaction, my client can maintain a class action lawsuit against this city to recover the tax dollars spent and provided to Main Street illegally. And this, in my opinion, is a black letter illegal exaction case. This is red meat. So what I am saying is that that resolution that occurred in December was illegal. You have, as a board, as a city, as the executive office, have illegally spent tax dollars. My client is very concerned about the illegal spending of tax dollars. And so I put in the letter what my client wants. My client would like for the board to not pay any more money, any more taxpayer money to Main Street. I am not the city attorney, and I am not your attorney, but what I would recommend as a resolution is that this board pass a resolution to approve the tax money already spent to Main Street. Because if I sue, I get to get the money back from Main Street, and they're going to come for you. So that's a lawsuit that you don't want to have to pay for, and that's me you don't want to have to pay for, because attorney's fees are typically awarded in an illegal exaction where taxpayer funds are recovered. We would like for the city to no longer illegally or unlawfully abuse the veto power, and my client would like an apology that his tax dollars were spent illegally. Now, I don't like to threaten people, but I'm telling you, if you don't do this, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you next week for an illegal exaction and for an injunction, and I'm going to win because this is black letter law. Now, I am aware, and I don't know your city attorney. I've never met the man or even laid eyes on him until today. It sounds like people have strong opinions about the city attorney. I don't have one about him as a person or as a lawyer. But I have seen where the Municipal League, which is the group of people who will defend you in my lawsuit and ultimately agree to settle with me, all of those attorneys, all of them, has said this was an illegal act, that this was not supposed to happen that way. The Attorney General of Arkansas has issued an opinion, and that opinion says that this was an improper act. The only little stipulation that might be out there was issue number 3. Is it possible in some world, essentially, that this appropriation was correct? Yeah, that is possible, but only if the board had previously allocated that money to the city administrator's office for that purpose. If that hadn't happened, you don't have the power to pay the money. And so that's where I'm at. And I'm not here to scare anybody, be a mean, be a jerk. I'm more than happy to answer your questions if you have them. I would like to see the city of Siloam Springs right this problem right now, tonight, or within the next week, rather than us go to court. Because I think that that's what would be best for the city, because the city is only going to lose more taxpayer dollars otherwise. In a sense, this is me saying, here is an opportunity to make something right. And I think Director our board member Blair's prayer was that this board and this city do what's in their citizens' best interest. There is nothing more in your citizens' best interest than to fix this. Because if you don't fix it on your own, the judiciary will fix it for you, the third branch of government that checks and balances you. And so that's what I have. And I would ask that the board consider these requests of my client to avoid a lawsuit. And I will go away and not come back to Siloam Springs unless somebody pays me to come up here again. With that, I'm happy to take your questions or any statements or anything else.
Directors?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
my biggest issue is with the veto, and I've said in the previous board meeting that I think our mayor was given very poor legal advice. Our city attorney still stands by that the veto was lawful. How do we resolve that? Because if the mayor is then allowed, and I don't think this mayor will probably do that again, but who knows what the next mayor will do. If the mayor is allowed to veto anything that passes or anything that doesn't pass, that pretty much gives the mayor, who in our town is more of a figurehead, runs the meetings, etc. It pretty much gives that position absolute power. And I don't think either side of this issue wants anybody to have absolute power. So how do we resolve this? And I don't know if our city attorney needs to address it with you.
Well, here's what I would, if I was your city attorney, and I am not giving you legal advice because I represent a client here, but I would say this. The veto power, the city government is set up much like your state and federal government. You got an executive branch, you've got a legislative branch, and you have a judicial branch. The city has a district court. Now that district court functions independently, but you have 3 branches of government. So I would highly suggest that you function just the way the state does. Can you imagine, well, this is akin to the legislature, and I know we have Representative Hawk in the room. This would be akin to the legislature declining to pass funding for a new prison. And so in other words, they specifically didn't get the votes on the floor of the House or the Senate, and it failed, and then the governor vetoing that. I mean, that is exactly what happened in this case. So the resolution to this is simple. If a measure passes, the mayor gets to veto for the reasons stated in that letter. It's a way that she gets to pass approval. She checks and balances the legislative branch to make sure that they are not becoming a dictatorship. The whole purpose of our government being formed this way is to avoid a tyranny of the minority or a tyranny of the majority. And we do that, the only best imperfect way we can do that is the checks and balances system. And you do that by having 3 branches of government. So in this situation, what was supposed to happen was the mayor was supposed to check the legislature. The legislature could override that. But now in the situation we're in, now the next step is to ask the judiciary to check the city's legislative and executive branches. It would be simple. Your solution is simple. If it does not pass, there is no veto. That is how you would avoid this in the future.
So, Jay, I would like to hear what you have to say about what he just said.
All right, well, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, I agree. Governor could not veto under the circumstances you just described. Mayor, in any other form of government in Arkansas, could not veto in the circumstances that our mayor exercised her veto. The problem with your argument, in my view, is, and the same with the Attorney General's opinion, and the same with the Arkansas Municipal League's opinion, for that matter, is they all start with an ungrounded assumption of how vetoes should work and how they work in other forms of government. And what's being missed is, what does the statute actually say our mayor's veto power is? And it says the mayor has the power to veto any decision, or all decisions. And when we talk about black letter law, the Arkansas Supreme Court, as well as the U.S. Supreme Court, has said when you're trying to determine what a statute means, you look at what it actually says. What is the common understanding? So in this case, we have the power to veto decisions. And it's decisions that don't relate to personnel, but that's irrelevant here. So we have the power to veto decisions. What is the common meaning? What is the common understanding of decision? It's to make a choice between alternatives. So if you put something to a vote, whether it passes or fails, a decision has been made. I mean, that is just axiomatic. So, and to put a finer point on it, the legislature didn't just say that the mayor has the power to veto decisions, or to say decisions that go a certain way, or positive decisions. No, they said all decisions. Again, that is the black letter law, what the statute says. So, a decision was made, a veto followed. The board has the power to override that veto if they choose. They didn't in this case. But in any event, the mayor did no more or no less than what the statute allows. So, again, black letter law, rules of statutory construction, you don't go into interpreting things. You don't go looking for outside sources to say, well, here's how it works over here, or here's how it ought to work, unless it's vague, unless there's some ambiguity there, and there is none here. So that's how that decision was made on my part about what the veto power is here. I would also point out that you have mentioned, you specifically mentioned that there would not be an illegal exaction problem here if the board had previously authorized and appropriated the money for Main Street. And in fact, they did. That was done in November in part of the budget. The only thing that was before the board in December was a renewal of a contract. So there was no appropriation involved in that decision. So again, I mean, we have a difference of opinion. I'm happy to talk about that and see if we can work something out and come to some agreement, and, that will satisfy your client. I did determine that that Main Street is paid quarterly. The next installment is not due until October, so, there won't be any payments made in the meantime, and that one, well, that would depend on how we proceed from here. And whether there's gonna be, any further payments to Main Street ever, I mean, again, that's something that can be worked out. What I would ask, though, is since, this is something, been in communication with the Municipal League, we are willing to work with you on this and, try to reach a solution. You gave a deadline of 1 week. We would ask that at least wait until after the next meeting so we can put this on the agenda, bring a proposal to the board, and, discuss it then, and then, get back with you. So that's, again, that would be 2 weeks instead of 1. But, that's where we are right now. And, again, we just have a difference of opinion, but that's something that, again, can be worked out, in my opinion. So, and willing to work with you on that and, try to come up. My goal and yours and whoever your client is, I'm sure is all the same. Let's do the best thing for the city. And, that's where I stand. And, as long as we both have that attitude, I don't see any reason why we can't resolve this.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
Mr. Lancaster, our city attorney has not always followed the state definition of the city attorney's job, which clearly states he is to give legal advice to the city board, the mayor, and staff. And in fact has made a statement in a previous board meeting that his opinion is final and that we have to do what he states. That is not what state law says the city attorney is supposed to do. I think it's pretty clear what you've pointed out, including a Supreme Court definition of a veto. And also the fact that the Arkansas Municipal League, which is made up of all the cities in the state to represent the cities of the state, even wrote back stating their opinion that this was wrong. But they still deferred to the city attorney. They didn't want to offend our city administrator, who was on their advisory committee. So it comes down to the reasonable person's view of a veto is obvious. The city attorney has taken the term all decisions and given his own spin to it. Unlike anyone else I've ever heard or seen define a veto. When I first called the AG's office and talked to them for a while and then no longer pursued it, right after this meeting in December, the gentleman was there that talked to me, had been there for a long time, had been there through several governor administrations. And he actually laughed at what had occurred. And I said, why are you laughing? He said, because this is not just something that shouldn't happen, it's something that can't happen. This is illegal. This is not abiding by what the definition of a veto is. Speaking to the Ethics Commission, they said the very same thing, that our city attorney's opinion is wrong. I tried to bring that to the attention. It didn't seem to go anywhere because he seems to believe that his say is the final say and that we as a city board have no right to overrule his opinion. I believe our mayor was given some bad legal advice. I don't believe that this was something that she had decided to do. I think our city administrator and the city attorney urged her that this is what they wanted, and they included, I mean, she was on vacation. We did not have a chance to reconsider this, which would have been an opportunity for the board to reconsider, because they pushed for a veto within 3 days. Now, we tried to state this is not how a veto works. And you certainly cannot have an overriding of a veto that is illegal. Therefore, there was no vote to override a veto because it wasn't a valid veto in the first place. When this was being discussed, our city administrator said that he didn't even need to bring this to us for a decision anyway because it was within his spending authority. It was pointed out by staff to him that he did not have the authority to sign the contract, and he said yes he did because it was part of his spending authority. And yet state law says only a mayor can sign a contract. And he wanted it done, so he did. I have said all along from the beginning, this has never been about Main Street. This has been about preventing a precedence being set, not just for the city of Siloam, but for the entire state, that any other city in this situation would not have this happen and then point to the city of Siloam and say, well, they did it. This exact thing came up in the state of Mississippi, and it went to their Supreme Court, and they sided and said, you cannot have a veto when something's not passed. So for the AML, the Arkansas Municipal League, to say that this was functioning wrong, the AG, the Attorney General to give an opinion that this was illegal, and it even be a part of the Supreme Court decision. Here's my question. Did our city attorney not know that the Supreme Court interpretation of a veto was also included in that law? I mean, you found it, sir. You found it. So, was that not something that anyone could find if they were in the legal profession?
It is something that anyone could find. As to whether or not he knew that before he made the statement, I don't know, but I can also explain if you like. I mean, because in the academic sense of where the rubber's meeting the road here is on the word veto. So the statute that the city attorney has cited has said the mayor has the ability to veto all decisions of the board. Well, focusing on decisions renders the word veto superfluous. Okay? In other words, veto, when we in the law take a word and attach a legal definition to it, it becomes something magical. It becomes a term of art. Okay? A term of art in the law is a term, a definition that may mean something different than its ordinary and commonly accepted definition. In this situation, the Supreme Court has determined that veto has a special definition, and that is the ability to veto something that has passed. So in other words, if we focus on decisions, it seems like the power of the mayor is unilateral, which is not what the statutes say and how it's set up. So we must focus on the word veto. And when it says decisions, interpreting that with veto, because we interpret these together, the Latin term is in peri materia, and its all parts must be considered material. Must consider veto with decisions. And if you cannot separate those two. I'd also say that the mere fact that it was previously appropriated, if the payment was going to arise from a contract, doesn't mean that you can just pay that out.
It was budgeted.
It was budgeted, but not approved to be spent.
Right.
And that's the key difference. I will tell you this: the city mayor is like the county attorney, or I'm sorry, the city attorney is like the county attorney, and as much like I am to my clients. I give my clients the best legal advice I can. I remember getting a phone call one day. Hey, Clint, I think I'm going to shoot this guy. And I said, I don't think you should do that. He shot him anyways. Okay. The point here is that you, the board of directors, get to decide. You get to decide. You can follow the attorney's advice or you cannot follow the attorney's advice. And that's why the Municipal League is deferring back to you, because it's your decision. It's not anyone else's. And so As far as additional time, I am not a patient person. I pray for patience nearly every day, and it goes something like this: God, give me patience, and I want it right now. However, I will talk to my client, and if 1 week is not sufficient for the board to act, I'll be glad to extend that time. I will say this: regardless of how you got in this situation, you now have to fix it. Okay? I would recommend that you do something to fix it, because if you come up with a resolution that sets aside that contract that should have never been signed to begin with, and you stop paying the money, or they give the money back, I can't sue you and win, and I'm not going to sue you if I can't win. You could also pass in all candor to this tribunal, you could pass a resolution that approves it retroactively, and that would moot out this issue. But the way it currently sits is it needs to be fixed.
What do you mean retroactively?
Well, you can make a resolution to approve the city administrator's signing of the contract back in December or whenever it was signed. And if that passes now, then it's moot, which is another term of art. I don't know how that works for you. I don't know. There's the good news is you have options, and the bad news is you have options. And so regardless of how you got here, it needs to be fixed, and we want it to be fixed. Well, my client wants it to be fixed, and I do too. And I want it to be fixed without having to cost the taxpayers any additional money.
Well, after the AG opinion was sent, our city attorney said, well, it's just an AG opinion. It doesn't matter. And he said that before in other board meetings, that really the AG opinion is just an opinion. It doesn't matter, that his decision, his advice, that's what we have to go by. I would think the Supreme Court ruling most certainly should be followed and listened to by this board.
I agree. That is how the judiciary is going to interpret this situation. There was nothing to veto.
I mean, we can have our city attorney tell us the AG opinion is just an opinion, doesn't mean anything, and we can all go on our way, and as it has been done before, where he dismisses it, and so we're all going to listen to him and do nothing. But by golly, a Supreme Court decision is something our board cannot ignore.
Well, I'll say this. I think there's, 5 attorneys at the Municipal League. You had an assistant attorney general, and the attorney general look over and approve. Now, that's 7 attorneys, and I'm here, and I'm 8. Now, all of us are saying this was not the proper course of action. I would admire anybody that sticks by their guns to the end. I teach my kids to be 120% wrong rather than 70% right. And so I can respect that. But I think that you as the board have to decide how you're going to fix this problem, because it's clearly a problem.
Madam Mayor.
To hear our city attorney still say that he's not wrong and that we want to do a settlement, I think we need to do something tonight and make a decision.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mindy.
I have a little different perspective. In the years that I've been on the board, I feel like what we hear from our attorney is, this is my opinion. And generally we do act on what his opinion is, but it is not, this is the opinion and this is what you have to act on. That's my perception of what we've been hearing over the years. I understood you to say that we could potentially retroactively give permission to have that money spent to Main Street, and that would take care of this. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. You could retroactively ratify the actions of making those 2 payments or however many you've made, and make a determination about whether you want to do it in the future or not.
I think we had that opportunity or something like it before. There was a motion to override the veto, but there wasn't a second on that motion, and that's why we never voted on that.
It was an illegal veto. That's why there wasn't a second.
I don't think you could make...
But there was talk of just bringing it back. The 2 that voted no could have brought it back, and my understanding is that it wasn't an issue with Main Street, but either of them could have brought it back for discussion again.
We weren't given the chance.
But I hear you say that we could retroactively approve the expenditure of that money.
Yes, ma'am, you could, and I think you should, unless you want to get a lawsuit from Main Street. Yes, ma'am.
But how does that fix the precedence that's been set? That is my biggest concern.
Mine too.
In my mind, this is a horrible, very wrong precedence, and it should never be allowed again.
I
Is the
think we
only
changed our
way-
bylaws. I think we changed how we conduct our directors' meetings to address the veto.
Well, what happened was un-American. There's no doubt about that.
I tried to change it, and I was told by the previous city administrator or AML that,
Did we not change it?
no, we did not regarding the veto.
Jay,
So-
did we not change the,
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
didn't we change how we do the veto in our directors' rules and procedures?
There is a passage that addresses that, yes.
We didn't change it.
We didn't
It was
change
already
it.
like that. It was like that when we vote. You can go back and look at
So
the
we
history
didn't make
of
a
us
change
voting
to
on
it after the first of the year?
We voted on that in 2019,
Right.
2020, 2021, and 2022. The same line. It never changed.
Okay, in 2023, we made a whole lot of changes to this. I thought we had
But
changed
that
that.
was not one of the changes.
Nothing on the veto.
That's true. That was
So-
not one of the changes.
You're,
Is it gonna have to go to the Supreme Court of Arkansas to stop this precedence from ever happening again? How do we stop it from happening again?
so, first off, the way to stop it is you can change your bylaws to make it clear that the veto power arises when it is passed. That is the most simplest thing you can do. I'll also tell you this. The way our legal system works is your bylaws, if they say something different than the statute's going to control. Okay, so how you get this is you bring a lawsuit for a declaratory judgment, and you ask a court to issue an injunction, which is an order preventing the mayor from using a veto if a legislative act does not pass. And that's going to be, you're going to get that on summary judgment, I think.
But Mr. Lancaster, we already have our board rules or bylaws that state exactly what part of the state law says. The only part that got followed was the decisions, which is not part of our city bylaws. So, the decisions is the problem.
Well, I can't vote your mayor out, and only the people can. But what I will say is this. Our system of government functions on what people often hear as the rule of law. What is the rule of law? It's the people who are actually following the law, right? So it's the mayor who says, no, using a veto in this situation is wrong, was wrong. I promise not to ever do it again. Okay, if she doesn't do that, then you must engage the third branch of government to check the executive. And that's part of what my client is asking in this letter, is that this be acknowledged as improper and there be assurances made that this won't happen again.
Isn't it also asking that no more money be given?
That my client is not a fan of Main Street Siloam Springs. He would like, as part of his offer to settle this, what his grievance at this point is that Main Street Siloam Springs receive no more money than what it has been paid.
This year or ever?
I mean, I would say ever, but that seems rather extreme. I just know it's kind of hard to predict the future. I believe my client is unhappy with the services Main Street provides, but it could also get bought by someone new and do a wonderful job in the future, and that could change. I don't know. I never heard of Main Street Siloam Springs until last week.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Ken.
Mr. Lancaster, I have just a couple questions. 'Cause
Yes, sir.
I'm slow and I'm sitting over here thinking, I want to understand everything that you've said. So correct me if and I'm going back to something you'd said earlier, so if I misunderstood it, please forgive me, but it had to do with the resolution. If we put forth a resolution to pay for services already provided, did I hear you right in saying that that would satisfy that part of the complaint?
Yes, that would satisfy that part of the complaint.
Okay. Then, this is just a question, if we were to move forward with that part of it behind us, and we came up with a new contract for services rendered, and as much as possible specified what those services would be for, would that be acceptable? Now, I'm not saying to your client, I'm just saying, is that an acceptable move?
I think that legally, and I'm not the city's attorney, but I think that would be a legally permissible thing to do, but I'll tell you that will not satisfy my client.
So, because that, to me, and I'm not a lawyer by any means, opens a whole different conversation. Because this city contracts out for services across the board to many different organizations. So, I guess in theory, the argument that's being presented today about this contract could be said about any contract that we engage in. Correct?
Can I ask you to clarify? Yes, someone can complain about any contract you decide to engage with. If the board has approved that contract and the mayor signed it without a veto, that person's complaint is going to fall on deaf ears. And
so that's my question, I guess, in my roundabout way. If we resolve to take care of previous expenditures today back, and you said that would take care of that part of the complaint, we move forward to, again, they provide services that we either can't or won't do. We engage in that contract, like it or not, by your client or anybody else in this room. That would be a legal contract that the city has every right to engage in, and it would just be that individuals may or may not like that choice of who we get to do these things.
yes, sir, your analysis is correct in my opinion.
Okay.
But I'll say this, there's also the issue of the declaratory judgment that would still be out there.
And I'm just trying to piece some
Piecemeal
holes
it.
together.
I understand.
So then you had mentioned options. I like options, okay? I mean, I really like options. You ask my wife and it drives her nuts because I go through every option that I have, okay? So by your admitting that we have options, I mean, I don't know that anybody on this board does not want to get this taken care of in the best way possible. But honestly, 1 week is not going to give us time to look at the options that you yourself said we have. So I would ask, and I'm not leaning one way or the other, I'm just saying I would ask that we be given a reasonable amount of time so we can look at these options. If you're going to say we have options to work off of, I'd like to know what they are. And so I understand moving as quickly as we can, and I would want to do that, but I don't know that a week is going to give us enough time to lay out the options and figure out what is going to be the best for everybody involved. So I guess I don't have the right to do this for everybody else, but my personal request would at least 2 weeks till we can get to the next meeting. Now, then, I don't know how long you would need to confer with your client to say yay or nay, but that's what I'm asking. If we could have at least to the next meeting so we can look at those options.
Well, in all seriousness, yes, I will make sure that my client will be okay with giving additional time. I put 1 week in there because when I come do these things, you know, sometimes I'm told to go jump in the lake or something much more profane and get out of my room. At which point, I don't want to wait 2 weeks to go file my lawsuit. But if you're wanting to actively work to rectify this, it would be counterintuitive and antithetical for me to demand 1 week. So if the board needs or likes or would request more time to consider it, I will impress upon my clients the importance of that time. And I can tell you that I'm not going to go file a lawsuit within a week if you're working on this because I don't want you to, I'm here to try to bring about a positive resolution than a lawsuit, which is not always how I operate.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mindy.
I just have a quick question. I would like the extra time.
Sure. Well, let's consider the extra time done then if you're
Okay.
working on it.
But, is there a reason why we don't know who your, client is?
Well, my-
Do we, is this a person that's a citizen of Siloam Springs?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And, okay, and is there a reason why we don't know who the client is?
Other than I just didn't want to tell you.
Okay.
I mean,
Madam Mayor?
But you can confirm that it's a citizen of
I can
the-
confirm that person's in this room.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Well, but some people come that aren't citizens.
I can confirm that citizen is in this room.
Right, but sometimes people that come to the meetings aren't necessarily citizens of Siloam Springs.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I understand. Well, I mean, I didn't go look up the map to make sure, but this person told me that they were a member, a resident and a citizen of Siloam, and that person's in the room.
Madam Mayor?
David?
I have a question for Ken. Ken, were you asking for a new contract to pay the remaining money of the year? Is that what you were asking? If we do the resolution to approve all the money that's been paid so far, which has been requested in the letter, are you asking on a new contract to pay the remaining money?
My main concern in listening to his presentation was I wanted to make sure I understood if we passed a resolution for all previous monies paid, that would suffice. Then I was asking, I'm not saying that that's the direction, but if we as a board chose to create a new contract for the remainder of the year
Okay.
and specify services that we are contracting for, which I think should be in there regardless, to make sure that that was okay too. And Mr. Lancaster, I just have one other thing to say. I would not tell you to go find a body of water, but should you choose to on your own, we have some very nice bodies of water in this area.
I've heard of them, and I'm going to do my best to avoid them tonight.
Madam Mayor, I wasn't done.
I'm sorry, David?
Mr. Lancaster, how, I understand what the requests are and everything, and I honestly don't see a problem with any of them. My question is, how do we unwind the illegal veto to create, to disallow a precedence being set? That has been the number one concern I've had from day one, is that it was obvious this was an illegal veto, that it was not by the definition of a veto, and one person's interpretation of the word decisions does not create this board being able to allow something that's never been done before. So how do we unwind that? We can do these other things that fix the Main Street issue, but how do we unwind to where the record is not in stone that this was allowed to go forward and set a precedent?
So what I would recommend, and I'm happy to draft this for you if you would like me to. I will need about a week, but you need a resolution that says there was an issue with the 2022 December Main Street contract, and then spell it out that the resolution failed on the board and died before the board. It was vetoed. Everything we've gone over, but now the board resolves that this should not have happened, and the proper procedure is ABC, and that's when the veto will arise, and any precedent set by this is held for naught and has no binding effect, and that this resolution will be how all vetoes are used in the future. And that way you have an official act of the city making clear what the process is. And you did that by resolution. And then, of course, the mayor could veto that, but then you could override it.
But that would cover the mistakes made on the veto.
That would,
and
yes, sir.
I think that would be wise.
Yes, sir, that would, and that would also establish the precedent of the board going forward.
Right.
I mean, ideally, precedents aren't supposed to be overturned very often, but I've seen it happen. My wife was a staff attorney for Justice Barbara Webb on the Supreme Court, so I've seen a lot of precedents get overturned.
I think that this board has only ever wanted the law to be followed. And I think that is what everybody wants, is that the law be followed. And when you have people who have much more experience and much more legal experience and much more higher up the food chain, Supreme Court, Attorney General, whatever. I think that listening to them is wise, and I think what you just described would be the best route for us to fix this problem on the veto.
Well, if you would like me to draft that for you to present, I will be glad to do it. I just need to know.
I would like you to. Yes.
Okay, well, I will work on that and have it to you by Wednesday of next week.
Yes, Carol. Okay.
Your client, are they objecting to receiving any money, or the way that they receive, the procedure on how they were receiving the money? Because we're going to have this come up again when we go through budgets.
Yes, ma'am. My client is opposed to Main Street events receiving any additional money from the city at this time.
Okay.
But that is not part of his demand right now, that they be prevented from getting money in 2024.
Well, that is part of his demand.
Oh, I didn't read it that way.
Well,
Does your client have a reason why they don't want Main Street to receive funding?
he doesn't like them. He doesn't like them or the services they provide. He feels that it's not the best services the city could employ, and that the city should find a different vendor that will provide better services.
But it doesn't say in the letter, it says, my client requests the city immediately stop all payments to Main Street, meaning payments that are planned. My client asks the city pass an appropriation allowing Main Street to keep the monies it has been paid to avoid any lawsuits by Main Street against the city. Next, my client demands the city function according to statute in the future and that the mayor not abuse her veto power. And finally, my client seeks an apology from the mayor's office for illegally appropriating the spending tax. So I don't see in there where it says no future money can be paid. That's not currently already planned.
Well, I apologize for not being clear on that, but that is the concept. Now, I imagine that we will have some discussions going forward, and I can see if that is my client's position and ensure that I've accurately perceived that. But that was my understanding, was that he didn't want them to get any more money than what has already been paid.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
your client just doesn't like Main Street. It's not what they've done or what they provide or how they've gone about it.
Yeah.
He just doesn't, or she, whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't like the services they provide. He doesn't like how they've done it. He doesn't feel that they're the quality that the city can get for its money. He believes that their services are not as good as other vendors. So when I say he doesn't like them, that's a conclusion, but those are the reasons why. It's not like I don't like the owner. He never combs his hair or something. It's the services provided. Much like I believe it or not, I'm not always the biggest fan of Walmart. I like Kroger, and so for all the reasons I have, and that's his position as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, then Mr. Lancaster, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. It was very nice to meet you all in this very awkward way, and I intend to hang out and watch county government or city government at work. Thank you.
Do we have a specific, is it 1 week, 2 weeks?
I believe
Let's say 2 weeks, and if you need more time and you're making progress, I intend to be reasonable. I always intend to be reasonable.
Our second meeting is 2 weeks from tonight.
Okay, well then I imagine we'll be fine waiting till then and go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will tell you that whenever we spoke with the Municipal League today, that was one of the things that they said, that they believed that we should have at least 2 weeks to be able to consider what our plans would be going forward, and for them to also help us in that. So that was kind of the conversation that we had. Is that correct, Jay?
That is correct.
Okay. So with that, we will move on to our consent agenda. Item A, regular meeting minutes, August 15, 2023. Item B, dedication of utility easements, 850 Highway 412 West. Item C, dedication of utility easements, 2700 Waukesha Road. D, Resolution 46-23, levy 2023 taxes for collection in 2024. E, Resolution 47-23, Special Use Development Permit, Short-Term Rental, 799 South Lincoln Street. Item F, Resolution 48-23, Special Use Development Permit, Short-Term Rental, 928 South Crow Street. Item G, Resolution 49-23, Special Use Development Permit, Short-Term Rental, 2790 Meridian Place, Unit A. Item H, Purchase, Public Works Department, Water Services Division, Hydro Excavation Machine from Vermeer Mid-South, $121,753.44. I, Airport Ground Lease, Yazoo Aviation, James will be presenting that. Item J, Budget Amendment, Fire Department, Ambulance Purchase, Pinnacle Emergency Vehicles, $325,000. That is our consent agenda. Directors, anything that you would like to have removed for further discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Lisa.
I think it's I. Is it I that you're wanting to? Yeah, I.
Aye, okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
letter D.
okay. Anyone else? If not, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with items I and D removed for further discussion.
So moved.
Madam Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Many people in the public don't always understand why we're spending money on big equipment. I just want to point out what we're about to vote on. $121,000 for the Public Works Department on a hydro excavation machine. This is our city staff looking to be able to excavate more efficiently using water instead of digging up and tearing up other people's cables just to get to one cable or one pipe or whatever. This is forward thinking, and it's good that we have staff who want to not experiment, but look at other types of new equipment, new high tech, and I appreciate that. And then lastly, on letter J, it is once again our fantastic fire chief looking to bring in a new ambulance. The number one goal of every government, state, federal, city, most especially city, is safety of its citizens. And we are replacing an old ambulance because we only have a 2013 and we've got two others at the other department or the other stations that are newer. But this is replacing an older one, and it's $325,000, which we need to stay on top of everything to keep our people safe. And I personally appreciate it, Chief. I appreciate you looking out for keeping us. I mean, we have the sales tax specifically for that. So anyway, people gripe to me about how much money we spend on big equipment. This is two of the things, and I want people to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those items removed?
So moved.
So moved.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Yes.
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Risler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Motion is approved. We will now consider the items removed. We'll start, we'll do it in alphabetical order. Item D, Director Allen.
Yes, Madam Mayor. You know, I'm constantly being told how wrong it is to have a property tax. Taxes on property that we've already paid sales tax on. It is a tax every year. And the more I've researched and looked at it over the year, it's right. It is wrong to tax people on property that they've already purchased. And just because everybody does it, including the county, we feel like we have to do it. The entire state does it. A few states like Florida don't have. But I feel like we have got to, at some point, tighten our belt and say, look, our previous administrator raised fees on everything, raised utility rates every year, had the taxes go up with a reinstatement of a tax that was sunsetted, and spending always went up every year. And at some point, with the inflation at what it is today, and people paying exorbitant amounts for groceries, fast food is unbelievable. It's shocking. And at some point, you just have to say, we've got to give some relief to our citizens at some level, whether it be holding or reducing our utility rates, or whether it be cutting our spending, or whether it be not having property taxes for 1 year. I think it's fine for a $500,000 for the fireman's pension. That's normal and expected. But this is only 6.7% of our total revenue. Yes, it's $2.4 million, but it's not going to kill the city. And I just question, just because everybody has to do it, why do we have to have property tax? That's my statement on property tax.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
My question on this one, it felt like it was reading an increase this year, but then I did go back and look at last year's, and it is maybe a 0.05% increase. Is that what it is? It looked like it was going to be a 0.5 increase, but we were doing 4.45 last year, or 5.45.
Christina Patricis, Finance Director. Basically what happens is when we get our total assessment done at the county level, if our increase is more than 10%, then they send us something that says we need to reduce our taxes by X amount.
Okay.
And so last year it was like 0.05.
Okay. So now we're back up to what it had been.
That is correct.
I was concerned about an increase, but it looks like it was just a slight decrease last year over what it had been for several years in a row. Okay.
Why did we increase it this year instead of keeping it at the same rate?
Actually, the decrease last year was unusual. That's the first time I've had to do that since I have been here. You guys
The
set the rate.
decrease was because you were alerted by the
County.
It was a percentage?
Yes.
Yeah. So then why would we necessarily need to increase it this year?
It's just, I don't know that we have to increase it. That's just what we have done for the last 20 plus years.
We were just going back to what we had done.
Correct.
Betsy?
Madam Mayor, I like David's idea. These are difficult times. And if we can help the citizens out, it's not a bad idea if it's something we can afford to do. And I've lived in several states, so I'm not 100% sure. I think it's Oklahoma that doesn't do personal property tax, if I'm remembering correctly. So not everybody does it.
They pay in different ways.
Anyone else? If not, do I have a motion to approve Resolution 46-23?
Madam Mayor, did you ask for public input?
No, sir. Usually
Oh.
on the consent agenda, we don't because
Oh,
we
okay.
ask them at the very beginning
That's
at
right.
public input time.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
David, do you have a proposal for something different?
No. I just, I had earlier this year brought up that we did have a lot of complaints on Facebook that we were not picking up trash because we were down to one out of how many trucks? And we talked about it, and now we're down another truck, it's just nonstop where we are always, in my opinion, not holding up our end of the bargain on sanitation. We are not always doing what we're supposed to do when people are paying for trash pickup. And I thought, heck, I was all in favor. I wasn't on the board, but when COVID was going around, I thought we should have gone an entire month with absolutely no utility payments by the public because of how much it was hurting people losing their jobs and stuff. I just think when you have a good enough cash cushion that where you can give relief to people that are struggling, you need to do it. And this is not a great deal of money. It's 5.5 mils, which is 1 cent for every $1,000. So it'd be 5.5 cents for every $1,000. Is that right? I think 5.5 mils, 1/1000th of a cent.
Well,
That is correct.
what if we did just keep it what it was last year? When we went down, it wouldn't be a lot, but so instead of 5.5, 5.45. It's not much of a decrease, but it's.
Why can't we cut it in half to 2.5 and keep the 0.5
That's why,
for the
that's why I'm
firemen?
asking if you have a recommendation.
I would recommend that we cut it in half and keep the 0.5 for the fireman's pension, because no one wants to touch that. That's something that needs to stay forever. But the 0.5, the 5 mils that we take for general purposes, there's no reason we couldn't survive on 2.5 mils. Cutting 2.4 million income revenue from that down to 1.2 revenue is not going to make or break the city. But it can certainly hurt people that are living paycheck to paycheck.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Reed.
Christina, do you have opinion on this?
It's difficult for me to know that you're also decreasing street money, but because that 2.4 million is not all general fund money. And as long as the board is happy with that, then we will adjust our future budget to accommodate it.
Can you explain that? Because it says it goes to the general purpose.
It's for general and street funds. It is split between general and street.
It doesn't say that in the memo, so that's why I thought it was just to the general fund.
Under fiscal impact.
Where?
It says
Okay, down
for
at the
governmental funds, general and street. So,
Okay. I was reading the very first paragraph.
however, I mean, we can adjust our budget.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to know with what you're proposing is an increase and how much it would be for the average citizen. And if we went back to what Mindy was proposing, what would it be for the average citizen? Is there a big difference?
There's not a big difference.
I didn't think so.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Oh, we're talking about $100?
I'm an auditor, so I don't do math in my head anymore. I'm sorry. I mean, it's literally what 5 mils to 4.95 mils is not very much money.
It isn't. But when you put it all together for the citizens, from the citizens, that's what brings in the dollars for the general fund.
And the street fund. There's a portion of that goes into the street fund, yes.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Reed.
So Christina, if we do decrease it, it in essence would help citizens financially, but it also is going to take away from our ability financially to fix the roads, because we seem to have many people concerned with our roads and the repair.
That is correct. It's several $100,000 that goes into, and I can look up, if you'll give me a moment, I can tell you what that split is, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Yes, Lisa.
Can we look at proposing doing for the fireman's pension and the streets and then cutting the rest? Cutting it down from the rest?
I believe they apportion a part to the streets of the mills. So I believe it's split as a percentage.
A whole percentage.
The 5 mils
The 5 mills.
is split how? Is it a set percentage?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, sorry.
We'll be patient.
And probably need to go.
Wouldn't that shock the state if the city of Siloam was the first city to not charge any property tax? People in Little Rock wouldn't know what to do.
I'm not sure we can get away with the 0.5. I think I think once you institute that, you can't change that. But I think the 5 mils you can.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Carol?
this would, what they're proposing is a change in just what would come to the city, not to, because part of this is school funding, county funding with the taxes, correct? Isn't it?
Correct. This is, yes, there's, I think the total is like 57 mils or somewhere around in that area, so.
So it would decrease our ability to continue with street repair, sidewalk repair, all the things that our citizens are kind of asking us to
Yeah.
ramp up rather than,
Well, it's about a quarter of this comes to the street fund.
1/4
Mm-hmm.
of the 5.
Of the 5.
And it has to be that. It has to be a 25%.
That is, we just tell them 5 mils, that's how they send it to us. They send it to us and say, this is much is for your general fund, this much is for your street fund.
They dictate that. We don't have much choice.
Who dictates it?
The county does.
Really? They actually tell us of our 5 mils how much we have to put towards?
No, I'm just telling you when they send us that
Oh.
they just put it
We've
in a
already
line
told
that
them
says.
we've already told them what percentage, or.
Would you like me to bring this over to you? It
No.
it just shows you what, when they issue us the money, they just say this much is general fund, this much is streets, this much is fire bins.
But that's what I'm saying, the county makes that decision for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I believe they also add some to the street. Like I believe we get a portion of the county street mills.
Yeah.
So.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mindy?
my biggest concern was that at first it looked like it was an increase. So when I went back and realized it really wasn't an increase, I do agree that one thing that we hear a lot about is the need for street improvements. And so to start taking away funding that goes toward that could be a concern.
Anyone else? Questions for Christina? Alan? Is there something you'd like to say? Okay, thank you. So do I have a motion to adjust the millage, or do I have a motion to approve it as presented?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a motion to keep the 2023 taxes as they are stated.
I second that.
Okay, so then we are approving Resolution 46-23, which is appropriation of these taxes. Is that correct? That's your motion and
Yes.
second? Okay. Roll call?
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
No, because of the rate. I would definitely do it just for the firemen.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Motion is approved to pass the Resolution 46-23. Next is item I, Director Rissler.
I just have a question. Is the rate, can you identify what the rate is, and is it listed right in the documentation that we were provided?
Yes. James Harris, Community Services Manager. The rate is at 14 cents a square foot, which is in the lease, and that increases yearly by the Consumer Price Index based off of what the numbers come in at. That will gradually increase throughout the 25-year lease.
Is that what we normally charge?
Yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I know we don't let the citizens speak, but a citizen came to us before the meeting, and I really don't feel like I'm fit to speak for him. If he could we ask him to?
Certainly. Yes, sir. Come to the podium and give us your name and address.
Mark Miller, 22587 Westwood Drive, Siloam Springs, Arkansas. I just wanted a clarification. Reading through the lease, it listed it at 14 cents per square foot, 4,900 square feet, and it seemed that that was a yearly rate. So they're only paying $686 a year for the use of this property? Or is that a monthly rate? I just needed some clarification. I wanted everybody to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that is a yearly rate that we do for our ground lease, and that's what every ground lease out there is set up for right now.
So that is applied to everyone right now that we have this lease with. This is the rate.
Yes, for all of our ground leases, all of our city-owned hangars are on a monthly lease. So they have a monthly rate that they pay. They can pay it for the year, but for our ground leases, it's a one-time yearly fee.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not? Do I have a motion to approve airport ground lease for with Yazoo Aviation?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Rissler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Next on our agenda is the contract Public Works Department Street Division Brentwood Drainage Project by TriStar Contractors for $951,985. Steve?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the board. Steve Gorzak, Public Works Director. I think we're all familiar with this Brentwood project. We've been working on this off and on for the last about 2 years. And in an effort to try to expedite this project, a request for proposal was sent out back in May, right around Memorial Day. And the proposals were due by the end of June. There were 12 different contractors that asked for proposal packets, but when it came time to the deadline, when the deadline rolled around, we ended up only getting 2 proposals. And those 2 were from Emery Sapp and Sons and TriStar Contractors. Just for sake of for everybody that's here, Emery Sapp and Son, their quote was $1,592,848, and TriStar Contractors was $951,985. Staff visited with both contractors individually and to make sure that we were comparing apples to apples, and we are. TriStar is obviously a local contractor, and they're also the ones working on the Lake Francis Street Improvement Project. So they're familiar with Siloam Springs. One thing I will point out, though, is that to fund this project, we will have to take the funds from general fund reserves, and that a budget amendment will have to be presented at year end if this is how the board would like to proceed with this. So I open it up for comment or ultimately approval if that's what's the board's wishes, to go with TriStar Contractors on this project for $951,985. And Staff's available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, questions or comments?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Lisa.
I've actually been working with people in that residence for 4 years. And I'm glad to see this, that we're moving forward, because plenty of times that they've been told, and we even had a meeting here in City Hall, and we explained the project to them. We had them come up here. We've went out into their neighborhoods. We've met them on their streets and went over everything. And so many times staff would get pulled away from that project. And they're frustrated because there's houses at the end that when it rained, they would call and I would stand in the floodwaters with them while their house was flooded. And so I know it's hard to imagine we're spending that much money, but if it was your house at the end of a cul-de-sac and it was flooded and people were standing there with water up to their knees, you would be frustrated too. And this has been going on for years. This isn't just a come about. This has been going on for years, and I'm glad that I'm glad we're doing something to move forward on this project.
One thing I failed to mention, it kind of goes along with what you're saying, is that for this kind of money, our contract is that TriStar will get this project done in 60 days. And that, obviously, if there's any rain days, we have to add that to the 60 days. But because it is going to rain eventually.
Madam Mayor.
I believe Betsy was next, and then I will come to you, Reed.
I just wanted to say thank you, because I know y'all have been pulled off, and so I appreciate all you put into this and contracting it out to get it done. It's my ward. However, Director Rissler has been addressing it for years, so even when I came on, she stayed with it, and I want to thank her, because I know one gentleman stopped me and said, it's so much better than it used to be. Now he just has to watch the weather to know how many sandbags to put out when it rains. I'm like, what a way to live. So thank you, and thank you, Director Rissler, for all your hard work. Appreciate y'all.
Anyone else? Reed?
Thank you for the expediency.
Yeah, you're welcome.
If there's no other comments from the board, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this contract for the Public Works Department? There is not, so I will come back to the directors and ask you, do I have a motion to approve the contract for the Public Works Department for the Brentwood Drainage Project?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Contract is approved. Next is item L, construction contract, airport runway pavement and lighting rehabilitation, bid acceptance and grant application for $44,787.59. James?
James Harris, Community Services Manager. Tonight, I bring to you guys two separate grant applications for you guys to look at and to hopefully approve. And then once upon acceptance of it, then we will go through with the construction part of this phases. During that, previously we did bids for this project. We only had Emery Sapp and Son sort of come in and give us a bid for this one, and then so we are asking to be able to move forward once we get the FAA grant applications back to be able to go into contract with them and Garver, as they will sort of oversee. They're the engineering group that will sort of oversee the rehab that we are going to do out at the airport. So the project is that we're going to do a mill and overlay of our existing runway and all the asphalt connections. So they will do like a 2-inch mill, take all that off, put fresh concrete or fresh asphalt back under or on it. Right now we have some cracking that is sort of going, so this will sort of bring the concrete up to a standard that's going to be able to be used for years to come. And then off of it, all of the asphalt connections off of the runway over to the taxiway will be redone also. During this time, also, we are going to go to LED lights. There is a lighting project on this. So we're going to go to LED lights on the runway. In 2021, we did this for the taxiway. So this will also give us state-of-the-art lighting for all of the aircraft, but also lower the cost for the city because we have to replace incandescent bulbs at the time that go out every 3 or 4 days and go to an LED light that since we went to with the taxiway, we have yet to have to replace one. So for that, and then also we're going to redo all of our signage that is out on the runway with this project. So all the signage that says 1-8 and 3-6 will be redone. The other big factor on this is we are going to add 3 foot to the north end of the runway of 1-8 is what it's called. This will actually put us over the 5,000 foot threshold, which will allow us to be able to be seen by pilots whenever they put in their little search engines of links. Right now we're at 4,999. We don't hit 5,000, so if they put 5,000, we don't get seen. So it could increase traffic into the airport also with commuters coming through that need that want to see a 5,000 foot runway. So that will be that, and then the overall price for the project is $3.26 million. After all the grant applications that we will be applying for, and then also after the construction, we will also be applying to the state aeronautic department for existing grants with them to pay off some of it. The project comes down to the city's portion of it being $44,757.59. So staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, James. Directors?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
You know, I've known this young man since he was a kid and played basketball with my boy. And James, you just put out a great report. I'm really proud of you. This is thorough. I think the public is really being served well to have someone be able to write to the FAA as professional of a letter as you wrote. I know you're giving it all to Garver. You were saying, oh, it's all thanks to them. You did this, and I appreciate you very much. And to get only the city cost of around $45,000 on a almost $3.3 million project is pretty darn good percentage for the city. And yes, grants are only grants. They're not guaranteed or anything. But I don't know how the FAA could say, no, this is professional. You did a great job, you and Garver both. And I just really appreciate it. I did see something. I learned something here at the very, very end of the packet that we got. And I don't know if people are aware of this, but according to state law, Arkansas code, a public entity and the company that will be given this had to sign this contract, shall not enter into a contract with a company or person unless the contract includes a written certification that the person or company is not currently engaged in and agrees for the duration of the contract not to engage in a boycott of Israel. That's a state code. I did not know that. The other state code says a public entity shall not enter into a contract with a company to acquire or dispose of services, supplies, information tech, or construction unless the contract includes a written certification that the person or company is not currently engaged in and agrees for the duration of the contract not to engage in a boycott of energy, fossil fuel, firearms, and ammunition industries. This is just side notes, but it was like something I didn't realize that our state code, and you had them sign that. And so following state code, I was really impressed, and thank you, James, for your hard work on that.
Anyone else? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comments on the construction contract for the airport? There being none, directors, do I have a motion to approve the construction contract for bid acceptance and grant application for the runway rehabilitation?
So moved.
Second.
And I'm glad we're going over 5,000.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Hunt,
Yes.
Rissler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carroll,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Motion and contract are approved. Next is our ordinances. Ordinance 23-21, third reading, amending section 102-21 of the City Municipal Code, rezoning from C2 to I1, the 2000 block of Brashears Road. Megan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Megan Thomas, Planner 1. This is the third reading for a rezoning request located at the 2000 block of Brashears Road. As a reminder, the applicant is requesting to rezone 1.70 acres from C2 roadway commercial to I1 industrial with an amendment to the future land use map as well, from local commercial to industrial to allow for them to utilize the remaining portion of their property. Staff is still recommending approval of this request with no needed conditions, and staff is available for any questions that y'all may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors? Comments or
Madam Mayor.
questions? Yes, Reed.
I mean, there were no comments, letters, or anything that came in.
No additional comments or letters or anything.
I think you said it, but I was trying to listen fast.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone in the audience that would like to address ordinance 23-21? There being none, directors, do I have a motion to place ordinance 23-21 on its third reading, suspending the rules and reading title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Bristler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Alan?
Alan Gilbert, City Administrator. Ordinance number 23-21, an ordinance amending section 102-21 of the Siloam Springs Municipal Code, City Zoning Map, rezoning from C2 to I1, property located at the 2000 block of Brashears Road, and amending the future land use map of the Siloam Springs 2040 Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I make
Yes,
a motion we approve or adopt ordinance 23-21.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt. Roll call.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Bristler.
Yes.
Motion is approved. The ordinance 23-21 is adopted. Next is ordinance 23-22, first and only reading, creating a public services department and hiring of director. Alan?
Board, we are starting under statute, starting a new division or department, and I'm asking for your approval on this ordinance, and also if is approved, to hire a department head for this department.
Thank you. Directors, comments or questions? There being none. I'm sorry, Mindy?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I do have a question about, I understand most of these divisions within this public service department, but I don't necessarily understand maintenance being under public services.
Correct. When I was putting this together, each division or each department, one department I think had 12 different divisions under them, or departments under that one department. The other one had 7 to 8. So breaking them down where each department head can focus to make better serve our community, I decided to do another division. The maintenance department fixes the vehicles that are in our city, our bulldozers, our fire trucks, ambulances, which are a public service, and that's why I put them under there.
Like, yeah, I see where all the others relate. Maintenance, yes, ultimately, the vehicles serve the city, but they also are used by city employees, so I could see it going either way.
Correct.
So
I just think it'll be best to serve it this way.
Anyone else? Not? Do I have comments or questions from the audience on ordinance 23-22?
Kelsey Howard, 312 South College Street. I just had a question about the process of new department heads. I was wondering if someone could inform me about what is the HR process for opening up a position and doing the interviews in this way. Just wondering if there's a set process and time amount for a position to be posted and for interviews to be conducted, et cetera. Thank you so much.
Alan?
Thank you for that question. Myself and a board were actually doing interviews for the community development director. During that time, we did several interviews and found a candidate we thought would possibly fit this public services director. Before offering that position, we opened the position for a 24-hour period where no one had put in for that or put in an application. And then we're in this process of, if you approve tonight, we will be naming a department head for the public services division from them interviews that were conducted.
Thank you.
Just to clarify.
Yes.
You said yourself and a board, a committee, not this board.
No, our board. It was an interview board.
Okay.
Of myself
staff
and others.
Okay.
Yes.
I just didn't want anyone confused that this board was not involved in that, so, okay.
I apologize. No, it was a board of department heads. There were a board member from the chamber and a board member from the school board, or school, the assistant director.
We're involved in interviews for
Interview
community
process.
development director?
Yes.
And is there already someone in mind for this public services department head?
Yes, through those interviews, correct.
Okay, so you're just waiting for approval of the department?
Correct.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for making this open to the public. I just want to clarify. So this new position that's changed from the community development director to this new position, that specific position was, the description was only posted for 24 hours.
Correct.
Is that correct? So if this board approves the creation of that position, which has already been posted for 24 hours, this board is essentially giving permission for someone to be hired after only 24 hours of that specific position being posted. Just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly and the consequences of this board approving this new position. Is that correct?
When we interview or open this up to any application that puts in for this position is understood, no job can be accepted until it's approved by the board.
Sure. Yeah.
We had very thorough interviews, and this candidate has a background in almost everything that we're looking for. And as a board, we just thought he would be a great candidate. Just to be fair, I thought about it, and I opened it up for 24 hours. And then again, we had the candidate that I thought would fit this job perfectly, and really didn't want to waste anybody else's time by putting in for it. When I just knew this, I think this person would be the best job for us in the city.
And that's a board of 3. And I apologize, I missed that. Is that a kind of a committee that is approved at these meetings? I'm just wondering how are people selected to hire?
As
Oh,
city
no, I apologize.
administrator, that is my call.
Got it.
And I selected the board to participate in the interview process.
Okay.
HR was also present.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to clarify, if we are approving this, we are approving having the position. We, as directors, do not have authority on personnel, only the city administrator. So whoever he selects is his decision. We are approving a position. That's what we are approving tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
What I heard from Ms. Howard, I'm not sure if she understood or if I misunderstood. This is a new position. You're not renaming the community services director, right?
No,
The
sir,
community
this-
services director is still there,
Yes, sir.
and the public works director is still there.
Correct.
This is public services director. It's kind
Service.
of like the combination of the two directors into a new director, right? Public services. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a renaming of a previous job, and wanted to make sure that's clear to us and to the public. And then you said your interview board is made up of department heads and someone from the chamber and someone from the school system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I will maintain that, just as with our previous city administrator, he or she has the authority to hire whoever they wish for whatever job that they wish. And if somebody is found in another application for another job, that's the city administrator's authority and responsibility to do what he wishes. That's all part of the job description.
Thank you. Anyone else? Then do I have a motion to place ordinance 23-22 on its first and only reading, suspending the rules, reading title only?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Carol,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Bristler,
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Alan?
Madam Mayor, will we need a emergency clause also?
We will.
Okay.
We will come to that, yes. Alan?
Ordinance number 23-22, an ordinance establishing a city public services department, authorizing the hiring of a public services department director, and declaring an emergency.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt ordinance 23-22?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Bristler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carol.
Yes.
Motion is approved, adopted. Now I need a motion to declare an emergency.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Hunt,
Yes.
Bristler,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Motion to declare an emergency is approved. That means that this ordinance will become effective immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Next, we will move on to our resolutions. Resolution 50-23, golf course improvements, Siloam Springs Country Club, $50,000. Alan?
Board, last meeting, you asked me to bring a resolution forward for the golf course improvements for the Siloam Springs Country Club. Mr. Minnis is here to answer any question. The resolution is in front of you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, directors and staff, citizens, thanks for having me back. This has been several meetings now, and I must say, without any doubt, this has been a much more interesting meeting than the other ones I've attended. So I feel like I've been to a master class on the veto power at the city level. So that was that was interesting. So anyway,
you'll be tested later.
Yeah, fair enough. No presentation tonight. We've kind of done that, and we hope that we've laid out the golf course's needs and what we believe the importance of the support of the golf course is. And so I'm just here to answer any questions you have or clear up any questions or concerns you have of any kind.
Madam.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Directors?
One thing I would like to see if we're going to pass this resolution is that the money that's paid out be paid directly to the vendors, that the city keeps the money and can work it out with you, but the city will write the checks directly to the seed people, whoever it is. So I would like to make that amendment to this resolution if others are open to it.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I would be fine with that, because I was wanting to somehow make sure there was detailed itemization of where the monies were going. So if we can do that, I would be fine with that. That way we would know exactly where and what monies are being spent for. The other thing I'm just gonna throw out, I don't know, I'm hoping this could be done. I am for helping and doing, but I don't know the details. I don't want this money coming out of the general fund. We have money earmarked for quality of life in reserves. We talk about quality of life in relation to the golf course, and we did it when we talked about pickleball courts. And so if we do pass this, I would like the monies that are paid out to come from that account that's earmarked for quality of life.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question about, I'm fine with what Director Blair was recommending. On the pie chart that you gave us before with how the 50,000 would be split up, the blues are very similar blues.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
Okay.
it 10,500 for greens or 10,500 for equipment?
Can I look at the pie chart real quick?
Yes. I think. Okay, 10,500 for equipment. Okay, so then my question is, what happens to that equipment? Say we do everything we can and it just doesn't work out, and we hope that's not the case, but it doesn't work out. Does that equipment stay with the city? What happens to that equipment?
That's a great question.
For which there may not be an answer at this point.
Well,
I think that's something that we would want to consider, and perhaps it be something that we say if the city's funding it, maybe it comes back to the city.
Director Hunt, I can tell you that I think it's okay for me to speak on behalf of the board for Siloam Springs Country Club. They're all nodding, so I guess that's a yes. I would tell you that we don't care. So if the city wanted to own the equipment, as long as we had access to that equipment as needed, I don't think it makes any difference to us. Now, there would be questions about obviously how it's insured, right? So there's probably some things that we need to make sure that everybody is protected and indemnified in the proper ways to make sure of that. But we're not asking for the city to buy it so that it becomes an asset necessarily of Siloam Springs Country Club as a demand. We would be fine with that, obviously, but we're also fine with it any other way. Is that fair to say? They're all nodding. That's great news.
It might be something worth us thinking about as a city.
I agree.
That maybe it does become our equipment.
Especially if something happens to the golf course, one way or the other or whatever.
I don't know, that would be up to Jay, maybe Christina, to come up with some plan for that, throwing that out there. And then I had some questions come to me today.
So I also just want to clarify that not all of the $10,500 is for purchasing of equipment. Some of it is for equipment that will be rented, right, as part of the services to repair the greens. So I just want to be, be clear about that.
Well, here's one question that's not written down, but before I forget, I had a golfer ask me, and I think you alluded to this the other day. What is the difference between hole 9, which looks really good, apparently, and the others? How did that look so good?
Right. So there are two different types of grasses that have been used on the golf course green surfaces. 9, half of 5, and half of 4 were done by a previous lessee of the golf course. They made an investment. That is it's a TIF hybrid of Bermuda. It's a Tahoma 41, is that right? 31. Well, I upgraded it. Tahoma 31, which is a more cool temperature tolerant grass. So it's basically a Bermuda grass versus a bent grass, cool season grass. It is more hardy, and it has done better. It does better with less water, specifically.
That's why we have
the
Bermuda
quality
grass.
of the putting surfaces between bent and Bermuda. I don't want to say quality, but they're different, right? So a bent grass green, if you're a golfer of any type or follow any golf, most greens in this part of the country and north, and even some in the south, when you go to Augusta National, right, you're putting on bent grass greens, even though that's a southern course. And we're in what's called the transition zone for golf courses, right? So it starts to you get into this gray area is grass that does better in cool temperatures, better for this area, or grasses that do better in extreme hot temperatures, better for this area. It's called the transition zone because there's a lot of argument about that. There are a lot of examples of bent grass greens. Bent grass is the least expensive change, and that's what the greens that are essentially dead or infiltrated with weeds today were bent grass. And we seeded those at a time when it wasn't the right time to seed them, but our window that's all there was. So the cost to do the two are significantly different. This budget is to do them with a bent grass overseeding, right? So we would simply, drill seeding is what we would do. But I would tell you that if money were no object, and unfortunately it is, right? I would say just based on our experience here over the last 10 and a half months would tell us that that Tahoma grass would be a more survivable type of surface in this climate.
Tahoma, a bent grass?
It's a Bermuda hybrid.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but you're going to go with the bent?
We are, because of the cost. And here's why. We still believe that we can maintain the bent. We're maintaining bent grass.
Price or triple the price or?
So to solid sod, the Tahoma would cost would be about $76,000. To sprig it, so we priced both just so we know what we're dealing with. To sprig it, which means it's got to grow in, right, and establish, is about half, a little less than half of that. I think it was $35,000 or $36,000 we got a quote for. We'd be shut down for several months to establish that.
So for cost and timing, it was better to go with the bent grass, even though it's not doing quite as well as the Bermuda, but eventually should.
And there are a number. Yes, that's correct. That's right. Properly maintained. Yes.
And speaking of, I think one of the emails that all of us got was questioning, how are we going to ensure that bent grass is being watered morning, day, and evening in the hot temperatures, and I'm going to leave that question out there, and then I've got some other questions that we didn't all get, I don't think, but one is, what is the agreement between Maxim Golf and the club's board of directors?
I'm glad you asked that, because there seems to be a lot of confusion about that, okay?
Then let's just publicly get it out there.
Well, I thought it was, but that's okay. That's certainly not certainly not a secret. We're a contracted manager of the golf course. The previous operator was a sublet, right? So they were subleasing the golf course, paying a fee to Siloam Springs Country Club, Inc., which holds the master lease on the golf course with the city. We're not doing that, right? So we contract for a monthly management fee to manage.
It's a set amount, right?
It is a set amount. It is a set amount. Okay, that's correct. I believe there's a performance clause in the contract, but it's It's an incentive-based performance clause that, and I could pull it up if you want, and be happy to send it to you. I don't think there's any, the board, I like this, they just shake their head one way or the other, right? So we're happy to present it. It's the same contract, virtually, the language that we have with our other owners, right, which are mostly municipalities. So these are readily available for viewing. So I think we set a performance clause that, like, if the course does $300,000 in revenue, right, as kind of a baseline. If we did 310, we would get 10% of that as an incentive bonus for achieving a revenue mark, which the golf course probably has never achieved.
10% of 310,000.
10% of 10,000.
Okay, that was my.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So
You would get,
there's a lot of
10%
people
of
think if the
anything
golf course
sold.
makes $50,000 next year, that Maxim Golf gets the $50,000. That's not how that works. So, and none of our management contracts work that way.
And so the main role you've played is figuring out what needs to be done and working with the board to do those things and maintain those things.
That's correct. We're a servant of Siloam Springs Country Club, Inc. And I would tell you, even though we don't have an agreement with the city is the landlord of the property. It's your property, you own it. It's our position in our company that we're also beholden to the city and the citizens. We're maintaining land that is owned by the city. No different if the city owned a building and was leasing it to Siloam Springs Country Club, Inc., and we were managing it, and we wanted to blow a hole in the side of it or something like that. I would think that the city would want to be aware of how their land, their investment, their whatever is cared for and protected. So it's a very different relationship than I think a lot of people think that it is. And I'm glad you're clarifying that, because I think it's important for people to know. So we're advocating for them. The truth is, you're not giving this money, if you give it, right, to Maxim Golf.
Right.
You're giving it to Siloam Springs Country Club, Inc. That's who you're giving it to, right?
Except if we do what Director Blair says, we're
Correct.
paying directly
Yes,
from.
but either way, however it goes, the benefit of it, right?
Right. And
yes.
and the last question here is, will you provide an itemized list of what the 50K will be used for, which we would actually be providing that list if we were the ones writing the check for the labor, the equipment, okay.
Yeah, we
Which
would indeed.
I think could
Yes.
maybe alleviate some concerns. I know I'm asking you a lot of questions.
No, that's great.
And I think you
I
probably
appreciate the
know
questions.
this was a big issue last fall. Rightly so, citizens are concerned about how their money is spent. And we thought that we were covering it when we agreed to the 30 plus the 90 that you got from the other community. I would encourage you to continue working with the community to try to get their continued buy-in.
I mean, Director Hunt will have to.
Because the concern is, okay, 50,000 now, will it be another 50,000 in a year, another 50,000? Because we can't just keep doing that. On the flip side, we've also had a lot of emails and support of just the things that you've talked about that a golf course provides. So I would like to see golf continue in Siloam Springs.
Well, I want to be very clear addressing that comment. I want to be clear to the board. I want to be clear to the citizens, as I've been cleared with the Siloam Springs Country Club, Inc. board. I am not going to tell you that, well, I may not be back here, right, on behalf of Siloam Springs Country Club for help in the future. But I'm not making anybody any assurances that this golf course is on the edge, is literally on the edge of survival. And it's got significant infrastructure issues. Our hope is that if the golf course is in good shape, right, that the participation towards the golf course will dramatically increase out there. We saw some of that during early part of the year. I believe, again, the demographics show that that's the case. But I can tell you that the reason I'm here today, the reason I was called a year and a half ago, is because the golf course has never made money. It's not even designed to make money. If the golf course makes $100,000 next year, I think 501c7 rules allow you maybe to pigeonhole some money, but they can't pay it out to dividends to members or investors or anybody else at the golf course. It has to be reinvested into the golf course, right? The golf course is not designed today to make any money, and it can't. And so any surplus it has would need to be which it should be, reinvested into that golf course because it desperately needs it. So, Claire?
Yes, David?
Done?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Brian, for being here. I look at this as a quality of life issue, and we have a percentage of our sales tax that goes towards quality of life. Administrator Gilbert, if you could do me a favor, I would appreciate a report of where quality of life taxes have gone to since inception. I've asked for this before. I've asked who decides. I was never really given a report. I was told that the previous administrator and community services director would decide, and I never understood how quality of life is decided because it's so subjective. I think we're already considering a new community center, recreation center, something like that in the future, and that could be 5 years down the road, but that's quality of life. And that will be millions that we will have to spend, but it's something we've talked about because the community building is no longer big enough for it having been built in the 1940s. And there are people complaining on Facebook that there's just not enough for families to do. And I thought you had a good point in your presentation last meeting, Brian, that this is a sport that a grandfather can take their grandchild, grandmother can take their grandchild. It's generational. The only problem I've had is that in the original proposal, which was almost a year ago, is that correct?
Yes.
I was originally against it, and after I began understanding more about what it was for, and the fact that we were only providing 1/4 of the total money you were raising, that the 90,000 was coming from private sector, again, is a good ratio of taxpayer money to go to a project. The two things that I understood when we approved it is that either someone from the city or the Parks Department, somebody was going to be on your board to represent the city, and that someone, whether it was our city administrator or someone, was going to be given the monthly financials. And I thought that we would see those, and we never did see them. So I don't know if those two things ever occurred. It may have been something that just fell through the cracks, but that's just a couple things that, that I wanted to bring up. Now, from your previous presentation, the 50,000 that you broke into the pie chart and everything, that's what you're applying for now, that 50,000. That's not where 50,000's already gone. That's where the new.
That's correct.
50,000 would be going to.
That's
okay.
correct.
And it was all, a lot, at least, was towards the greens. So my question is, how did 120,000 get spent and not do more towards the greens than basically two whole greens, one and one half of another and one half of another?
Well, Mr. Allen.
Yeah.
Correction on that. That was done before, so we're not taking any credit for that.
Oh, okay.
So I want to.
That was before you.
That was before us. That's right.
Well, I just saw the pictures.
No, I understand.
And
yeah,
I
just
thought
want
that was the result.
I just don't want anybody to have the wrong impression about
Okay.
where money's gone.
Let me see. I didn't know. Oh, I did want to ask, how many people in the audience are here to support the golf course tonight? My goodness. Got the Aiken twins. You got everybody here. Yeah. I'm just curious. It's a good crowd that is supportive of this. Well, I just wanted to kind of go over what we'd done before, and I certainly don't want this to become a repetitive thing, but with the fact that this is a part of quality of life, not all people are going to benefit from it the same way not all people benefit from the Family Aquatic Center. I was on the board when we approved that. It cost $1 million. We never expected it to break even. We knew it would cost money to operate every year. But it at times has actually paid for itself yearly. And but again, that's something that you chalk up to providing for your citizens. You provide it, never intending for it to be a profit center. Police department's not a profit center, but it's something we need. It's not just for safety. It also gives us the quality of life of being able to sleep well at night. SWAN, SWAN, sleep well at night. So I feel like, you know, I'll never forget I was on the United Way board in the 80s and someone said, well, the West Siloam Speedway is applying for money. Well, you know, they didn't apply. They didn't actually apply, and it was one of those things where they're out in another city, and it's not something that everyone is going to get out of. But they're not always going to get something out of everything that the city does. But as long as we provide enough options and enough things, that certainly we can do more. The pickleball is certainly a thing that came up recently that we are pursuing and working with the school system. And of course, Brian, you're working with the school for the golf team. And so I think this is a good effort. And you're not coming back saying, I need another $300,000. You know, you're $50,000. And I think it's worthy.
I want to.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Carol.
I just want to reiterate everything. I won't go over everything that everybody else said, but I am in favor of spending the $50,000 for the Siloam Springs Country Club. I think it does benefit our community. I think it is a quality of life issue. I also think it benefits us economically for economic development. So I think it plays an important part in our community along with our schools, our families. And so I am in support of the $50,000.
Madam Mayor, I just want to follow up on that quality of life issue. Last year, wasn't it last year? We put in the boat dock at City Lake. That was, what, $150,000 to allow people to be able to fish. And it's ADA compliant to allow people to use it for kayaks. So there's always something for different people in this direction or that direction. So we're always trying to help provide different options. And so, and just like actually the kayak park itself and our support for Waukesha, which is going to bring a tremendous amount of tourism and trade to the area. So, and the biking around town. So we're always looking at different options, and we appreciate it.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
If I may, well, I'll let you finish asking a question. I'm sorry. I do want to make a
Madam
comment.
Mayor,
yes, Reed.
Brian, thank you for not presenting, I guess, tonight.
You're welcome, I think.
You know, we do have, like the aquatic center, we have rodeo grounds that they don't fit everybody's bill, but they do affect everybody. And I think this is in that same arena. And I guess my question is 50,000 just the number to put on the Band-Aid, or is it something that's going to help you do more than just take a breath?
Yeah, it's a little more than a Band-Aid.
Okay.
I would say it's an ace bandage. But, you know, at the risk of blowing this whole thing up, and I'm going to take the risk because, you know, I don't know when I'll get a chance to speak in front of you again. But I'd like to share my opinion, and it's my opinion. I think it's shared by some on the Siloam Springs Country Club Inc. board, but I'll speak for myself. When the golf course was created years ago and the relationship was created, it was for a group of citizens to have a private club experience. And I understand that the lease speaks to availability to the public as one of the conditions of that original lease. But make no mistake about it, It was called Siloam Springs Country Club for a reason. And so 50 years ago or whatever it was a place that was for the few and not the many. 50 years ago, golf was a place for the few and not the many everywhere in this country. It's been called the rich man's game over and over and over again. That has dramatically changed. Golf is shared by way more people today of all different walks of life, all different kinds of economic backgrounds. And you're right, it affects, the ripple effect of golf in the community is significant to the community. I believe that the operational lease agreement that's in place today puts the wrong ownership in place for that golf course.
What, say that again?
I think that, well, I'll say it more plainly. I believe that the city should have a significant discussion at some point about being the owner of the golf course operation as well as the land. You're a better owner. And that's no offense to anybody on the board. These people are tremendous supporters and they work hard and they've given their money and their time. But this is a community asset today. If you go out there and see it, you'll see that that's very clear. Our revenues indicate clearly that that's the case by the number of unique visitations we have to the golf course. Today we drove out there and the golf course is not in very good shape. And here comes a young redheaded fella and his lovely girlfriend. They couldn't have been more than 20 or 22 years old playing golf out there. They're not members, probably won't be anytime soon, but they're recreating at the golf course. That's the type of people we're seeing use the golf course. It is a community asset in that respect. The dynamics there have changed tremendously. Some of that's been by our design, and some of it has just happened because golf is changing. And so, I would tell you that the city should consider, in my opinion, if you're going to give $50,000 this year, and maybe we would come back and ask for more in the future. Maybe it would need more for it to survive, right? Whether I'm the operator or not. And I stand here kind of boldly today because I can tell you, even though I have a contractual agreement with Siloam Springs Country Club, Inc. that says that they'll supply all the funds necessary. The golf course has no funds, has no money, right? We've been there and they'll testify. We'll be happy to show anybody our bank records and our profit and loss statements. I haven't paid my company in 8 months, okay? And again, I'm not saying that, like I said last time, as a martyr. It's just that I know that it will work. And one of the things that would help it work in the future is if it had a better owner. And again, that's not disparaging the current owners, right, of that operation today. But this is a city asset. And you, the citizens, would be a better owner of that operation, whether we're there or not, right? You guys can run us out of town, and I'll be sad, but even if we're not here, the city staff, the board of directors making decisions on behalf of the golf course would be a better owner of that operation, and it would protect it for the future. And I tell you what, if you're going to put $50,000 into it, you would be in a better position if you really owned the operation, right, to protect your money and to make sure, you have to judge me through them because I don't have a contract with you. If I had a contract with you, you could knock on my door or call me, and you can do that anyway, but you would have recourse, real recourse. Or if you had your own staff operating it and maintaining it, you would have a different kind of recourse in protecting that asset for the future. That's my opinion. I'm not asking you to make any kind of decision about that. That's obviously, I probably came right out of left field there. But because I don't know when I'm going to have a chance to talk to you, I just think you ought to know what my opinion is. I operate a lot of municipal golf courses in small cities, and they're by far a better owner.
Well, the people you were disparaging out there are nodding their head and agreeing with you.
Well, I told them no matter what to do this, that I would only pose questions where this would be the response.
Well, you mentioned in your last presentation, Brian, that you have a lot of that group that volunteers their time out there. And at some point, that generation is not going to be able to do that anymore. As time goes on, they're not going to be able to volunteer all the time. And where do you go from there? And so you have a good point.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Betsy.
I've spent a lot of time looking into this and visiting with Brian, and he was very frank, and I appreciate it. One of the concerns was with Tiger Woods' fall from grace. Golf isn't what it used to be, but because of COVID, it's making a huge comeback, which was good to hear because I find it really difficult to say no to Coach Akins. But there is also concern over city money. And we had the discussion about the city potentially taking it over, and that's part of the reason I'm willing to go ahead and vote in favor as long as the city is the one who pays the money, with the idea that the city probably will in the very near future take it over, and it makes sense. And I also called as a citizen to check prices, because golf is considered a rich man's sport, or at least was, and I was impressed with how low the prices were. I was actually quite surprised with how affordable the prices are for golf. So that was great. Thank y'all for keeping it low, and so it is accessible to more people.
You know, in some aspects of it are free, right? And so if the greens are in good shape, especially the practice green area, we don't charge anybody any money to come out with a putter and a wedge and with their kid or their friend or whatever and chip some balls and putt around and spend 20, 30 minutes and hang around the golf course and do that. That's absolutely free, you know, to have that experience. And that, believe me, people do it. They do come out and do that. And so, all right, thank you.
Anyone else?
I appreciate the group that's come out here tonight. When I asked how many, I didn't realize that many were here in support. I'm just now able to see Dale Akins back there. I didn't know he was here. He was the golf coach when I was in high school, and I tried out, and he came and he said, "Man, Alan, you are not a golfer." And I wasn't. And I appreciate his dedication to this as well, because Dale's opinion goes a long way. Thank you, Brian, for being here.
It's my pleasure.
And Dale's daughter would like to keep her job if the city does take over. I just want to put that out there. Just saying.
Dale's daughter should too, because she's fantastic. She does a great job for us.
So directors, any more comments or questions at this time before we go to the audience? If not, is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the board concerning the golf course improvement?
Richard Hancock, 700 Meadowbrook Circle, Siloam Springs. I have been a board member. I got voted on this year in January by our actual members. I have been a member of the course since 2008. I've stayed on through everything going on, and what I can tell you is in 2008 through 2014 we had about 120 members. The course was doing pretty good. We fell on some hard times, and the board decided to fire our groundskeeper superintendent. And from that moment, we have been on a downslide, downhill, unable to keep up with it. The last group that came in, the LLC, they brought in a whole lot of money and a whole lot of want to, but not a whole lot of knowledge. From what I observed, it was a gross mismanagement of funds. We spent over $100,000 on remodeling the clubhouse, putting a pond in one of the holes that we didn't need. Their intentions were to reseed to the Bermuda. That's why we have a number 9 is a different grass than the other greens. We ran out of the Bermuda, and in their head, they decided to do half of hole 4 and half of hole 5. So now we have 2 greens that are 2 separate kinds of grass. That's why that is that way that it is. When this year started and Maxim took over, we spent a substantial amount of the money that we did have and raised on seeding, But what everyone has forgot, late in March, we had about a week of solid freezing weather, and you can't grow grass in that. We did somehow survive and get grass on the greens for a little while, but because of the shutdown with the previous group in October, we were unable to spray the chemicals that were needed pre-emergent and a post-emergent. So the grass that we grew is now contaminated with a weed that's also because of the previous group and the natural wildlife area it's been blown onto it, it's contaminated the greens. So we have to do the complete what he wants, putting new seed in, all that. We need to do that, period. But once that it's set and it's grown in this position and then the pre-emergent will be, there will not be an issue with the weeds moving forward. We've never had the problem before, ever, with that amount of contamination that came in and taken over. I don't know if any of you have played golf. I don't see any of you ever there, but I seen you a couple weeks ago. On a Wednesday, you showed up right after this meeting with Brian here talking to you. I'm there 7 days a week and on call anytime anyone needs me, I'm there. I think that we as a city or as a Siloam Springs need to take a little bit better care of it. Our school uses it as a sporting event. We have a golf team that plays there, and I'm embarrassed to say that's my course. But I do. I mean, where I tell everyone I see every time someone shows up that we're in a complete rebuild, bear with us. We'll be there eventually. I refuse to go down. Most of the members that were there before the LLC ran them all off. All go to Flint. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. The members of the board that are sitting behind me are exactly the same way. They're not going to go anywhere, and we're not going to go down. We'll go down fighting, I guess, would be the word to do it. And if it was up to you guys, I think that every municipal course that I've ever been on across the country that's run by the city, that's open to the public, are some of the nicest courses I've ever played. And I've been on some private ones. I've been on some very nice ones. I've played a few in Boston. I've played a few in Vegas. I've played a few in Missouri. And I've even played a few of Maxim's in Kansas City. So I think that if you give us the money and give us the time, I think that it would, in the end, be an investment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've actually been out there, but they make me wear a mask because they're so ashamed that I'm out there. So you never saw me because I'm...
Anyone else in the audience?
Hi, I'm Corey Irwin, 22246 Don Hill East Road, Siloam Springs. I just want to say really a couple things. One, since I've been, well, even before I started working out there, I was playing golf. I play badly. I know I do. My poor dad, he tries. He tries so hard to make me play better, but I don't know. I'm hopeless. But it's fun. And so one, I want to say I love being back in town. I love being back at the golf course. This is a place, gosh, Cammie and I started going out there, you know, when we were little girls. I think we crashed my grandpa's cart through the back of his, you know, cart shed, which, by the way, are the same cart sheds there. But, you know, we grew up playing on this course and learning to play, and it was such a fun time. I mean, it was a fun thing that we did, and I love coming back now and playing with my dad, and, you know, maybe playing with my sister and a few others in a tournament coming up, even though we play badly. I love seeing the golf team out there. I just think it's great. I love seeing the girls that are coming up out of the golf team. You know, when I was in school, did you ever have girls on your golf team? No, I didn't think so. There were no girls. There are girls now, and some of them are actually not bad, better than me, which isn't saying much, but I love that. So I want to say, I know our greens are bad. I get it. They are working on it. I see them every single day. They're out there. They're trying. I see them really trying and striving to make the best course possible. But I also just love that there are the people who still just come and play. And I will also tell you right now, hey, the greens are really bad. So guess what? You get a 2-putt rule. So I'm just saying, if you're really bad at putting, this will help your score. There is always that positive. But I also just kind of want to encourage and say, you know, come play. Like I say, I'm really bad. But come play. We don't have that many women, and we're trying to get more. I think we're getting ready to do a women's clinic, I think, coming up. We have some tournaments coming up that you don't have to be fabulous. And you really could just come play. This is a perfect course for that right now, especially. So I want to kind of encourage that, and just to say, and also, recently I've seen a lot of people coming into play, and on that note of just kind of saying, as far as in our community, and that it is an asset to our community. Even the workers that are doing the new district building, they stopped by last week or the week before the weekend. Super nice guys. They weren't thrilled about our greens, but they said, again, hey, two-putt, all good. But and they said they'll be back. So even the people that are here just temporarily, whether they're workers from another place or whatever, this gives them something to do while they're here. And if you, whether you like golf, I guess, necessarily or not, you should come play also. I am just putting that one out there one more time for you. All right, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else?
Mike and my boss, Jeanette Hayes, 21300 Fairway Court. I want to say I've golfed out there for 50 years approximately. I was on a board in the 80s. I was on the board in the 2000s that let the greenskeeper go because we were out of money. And I foremost want to say thank you all for trying to keep it, support us. We didn't know that was an option at the time, or I don't think anybody ever came to you, but golf courses are not easy, and we play golf. Our boys grew up on the golf course, and I don't know about the grass except it's green, but we do appreciate your support. And on a lesser note, I'm retired now, and that's about my only source of income sometimes.
That was to Richard. Board, Mayor. I wasn't going to talk long because a friend of mine happened to say, don't have 3 topics to talk about, bring it down to 2 or you're going to lose everybody. So I have 2 topics to really talk about when I talk about our golf course. First of all, the social enjoyment. And the second one's going to be about the environmental enjoyment that we get from it. First of all, the social enjoyment comes from my family, and David, you picked up on that, is I play golf with Mike's mother, and she's 86 years old. Still goes out and plays golf, she and I both, when we can. Just this week, her grandson was here from Nashville, and she took him to play golf. So, sometimes, and I apologize for this, when we're putting, it's like a pinball machine. But you know what? That 2-putt rule works every time. So I started golf 35 years ago because I made it a hobby, because it was a hobby in this family, and have thoroughly enjoyed it. The social environment that it comes from, getting to know new people that come out and play, the tournaments that are there, and we're so glad that we want to keep these tournaments here in our own town instead of going over to the creeks or to Fayetteville or somewhere else. What gives me the most joy is when those high school students are out there. Not only that, we have a school, Lincoln, I believe, that drives over here with their kids to practice and play in our course, as bad as it is. And they still do that. That gives me thorough enjoyment of that. Another thing is that prior to COVID, we did a kids' golf camp. We thought, okay, we don't know if we're going to get 4 kids or if we're going to get 2. But we started out with a max of 25, and then it got to be 35, and it got to be to 65, and we had to stop it there. So the enjoyment and knowing of golf from ages 5th grade to age 13 was phenomenal, that the response that we had from our community of trying to teach kids to play golf. We had golf this year with COVID back and gone behind us. We did have another camp and was successful with that. Yeah, I know. Mike's giving me the time. Okay. And when I talk about these kids, golf is not just a matter of the swing or the putt or that. It's giving them lessons about just ethical life lessons about golf, consideration, manners. It's just not about the sport itself. It's about just proper knowledge about it and learning experience for them, the respect of others playing. The second one was environmental enjoyment. If you have not been out there to see the property, to see the manicure. When I have a hard day at work and I think, oh my gosh, I'm going to go relax by going and hitting that little white ball that everybody thinks, oh, that's so hard to do. Yes, it is hard to do, but that's not what it's about. It's the environment that's there. We have a beautiful, beautiful creek that runs through it. The lawn, keeping the lawn manicured, the ambiance of it, the nature that's there. We have squirrels. This last year we saw a family of raccoons running from across the fairway and climb up in a tree, and Mike's got pictures. It's beautiful. Not only that, we have hawks that communicate to each other from the soccer fields behind to the golf course. But the nature that's there is absolutely beautiful. The wildflowers, the course itself is just great. And so I just want to say that we thank you all for supporting not just the golf course, but supporting a environment to give to our kids as they get older, and a place to have this hobby that they can use for the rest of their life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Add something?
Yes, sir.
Brian, just a second ago, said it was 50 years. I do believe the course opened in 1963. That would make this the 60th year that it's open.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, then I will come back to the directors. First of all, I just want to make a comment. I did notice on the staff report, and I believe, Ken, you said something about where the funds would come from.
Yeah, I know it's in there. I just wanted to make sure that if somebody hadn't seen that's what
Absolutely.
we're going to try to do.
So, Christina, that is, it says it's going to come from the reserves of the Quality of Life Fund. That is set up for that to happen whenever you're writing these checks, right? Okay. So then I will ask about the motion. Do you have a question?
What comment? Can we amend it, like, right now, so that so the money comes from the city paying the bills versus just?
That's exactly right. Now, I was going to ask you, because you had mentioned that, if we have a motion to approve Resolution 50-23 with an amendment that all invoices will be paid by the city. Is that agreeable to everyone?
Well, I want to speak.
Yes.
I was going to wait till you were done, though.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay. So last time, I was the only no. And sorry, I'm going to be a no today, but I think you deserve an answer. When I was elected by the people I represent. Personally, I hope you succeed. I hope you have no issues. I hope everything's smooth and you prove us all wrong, that you succeed. And I have that faith. But as a director, we did receive 4 or 5 emails for it, but I've also received a lot of comments against it. And I kind of want to tell you a history, because I did work for the city of Siloam for a while. And when the subject came up before, I did get a lot of comments, and some of you are going to know what I'm talking about, and some of you are not. So in the past, the city has paid full utilities for the golf course. And then there, like somebody mentioned, there was some mismanagement of money. So there are citizens that are upset. Well, those citizens have contacted me, and a majority of the people that contacted me were against the $50,000. And like I said, personally, I really do want you to succeed. With the history of us spending money in the past, and then we also spent the $30,000, and then the mismanagement of funds, and I've seen some of the communications on that, and some of the things. I have to stand for my citizens. That's what I was elected to do. And sometimes it's a hard position to be in. And we were speaking earlier, one director recommended we not do a tax so that we can help citizens. He was right. We have citizens that can't even pay their utility bills. We have citizens, we say this is a quality of life, but when my nephew who has cerebral palsy can't even go down some of the sidewalks in Siloam Springs, that is a quality of life. That is a huge quality of life. When you are disabled and you have to go out into the street because our sidewalks are in ill repair and we have not focused on our streets, we have not focused on our sidewalks, and we have not focused on our drainage. I've stood in people's houses, like I said earlier, with water up to my knees. One of them was a 17-year-old girl who lost her dad to COVID during that time. And she was in that house by herself. Her mother had left her. When you face those kind of things, you figure out what a need is and what a want is. And I've been raised with, you take care of your needs before your wants. Personally, I want you to succeed. As a director, I have to listen to my citizens that say, this is a want and not a need.
Thank you, Lisa. Anyone else? If not, then I will ask for a motion to approve the resolution 50-23 with the amendment that all of the invoices be paid by the city.
Madam Mayor?
Up to the 50,000? Yes, sir.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
We did have a motion for an amendment. I believe Director Wiles' comments could be taken as a second to
Okay.
that. But the amendment should get a vote, up or down, and then the main motion.
Okay, so we're going to vote then on just the amendment that would say that the $50,000 will be held by the city and the invoice is presented and paid from the city. Is that correct? Yes? Okay, so we have that motion and a second by Ken. Okay, so we will vote on the amendment first. Roll call.
Carol,
Yes.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Chrysler,
No.
Allen.
Yes.
The amendment to the original resolution is approved. Now I will ask for a motion to approve Resolution 50-23 with the approved amendment.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Wiles,
Yes.
Hunt,
Yes.
Chrysler,
Yes. I'm sorry, no.
Allen,
Yes.
Carol.
Yes.
Motion is approved for Resolution 50-23. Thank you all very much for being here and helping us with all this information, and for those that are here to support us. Thank you very much. Now, before we move on to the next resolution, I am going to ask that we take a 5-minute break, and we will resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. I'm going to ask that everyone please return to your seats. We will reconvene this meeting. We are back in session, and the next item on the agenda is Resolution 51-23, declaration of a nuisance for 1012 East Harvard. Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kevin Moore, City Engineer. Tonight for your consideration is a resolution condemning the existing structures on 1012 East Harvard Street. The string of violations over the last several years has gotten us to this point. Initially, it was mostly sanitation, but recently there was a fire in the structure that has made it unsafe, and so that's why it's before you tonight. And staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Directors?
I'm surprised it's taken this long to come to us, frankly. It's pretty obvious it should have been condemned a long time ago.
Anyone in the audience that would like to address Resolution 51-23? If not, then directors, do I have a motion to approve Resolution 51-23, the declaration of a nuisance?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Blair.
Yes.
Smiley.
Yes.
Wiles.
Yes.
Hunt.
Yes.
Bristler.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Carroll.
Yes.
Motion is approved for Resolution 51-23. Next is our staff reports. We will begin with the East Main Street improvements from Kevin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kevin Moore, City Engineer. To go over the East Main Street improvements, a little bit of history. So we are looking to include the bridge with this contract, just to kind of prime you for that. So this is one of two weight-limited bridges within the city, and staff is worried about the possibility of it eventually being restricted down to one-lane traffic in the future. With the surrounding structures, any damage to the structure would be detrimental to the buildings alongside it. So also looking at the street, we're really lacking safe pedestrian access through much of that area, and drainage improvements would be a part of that design as well. There's been multiple outreach events with the public, so just kind of look over to the design that we've landed on at this point. Includes intersection improvements at Washington and Main, and then improvements along both sides of the street to increase safety for pedestrians, control the access to existing driveways, things like that. Really looking into the needs for that bridge. Again, it's one of two weight-limited bridges in our city, the other one I believe being the one on Country Club. We're looking at approximately a $7 million project for the street itself, and then $1.6 million for the bridge. This does give us the opportunity for a raise grant, which is up to 100% funding once the design is done. So it's 100% funding for construction. And that would be for the bridge and for the side paths. A lot of other grants are only for one or the other, typically only at 80%. So the raise grant is unique in that it would be 100% for construction, and those grants are really competitive. So in order to actually have really any shot at applying for that grant, we would lump in the East Main improvements with the bridge proposal. So, and again, that would be for 100% construction of the project. So staff would like to propose, if the board is in agreement, that we would contact Craft and Toll to include the bridge design and then finish out construction drawings for East Main. And then we would bring you that contract prior to any more work being done for your approval. The staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. So before I ask directors, I want to make a clarification for Kelsey, who asked me a question at break about CEI and Craft and Toll, if they were two different companies. And I told her I thought that they were, but I was wrong. It is Craft and Toll, is that correct? Or are they two different companies?
They're two different companies. This is Craft and Toll that did the design.
But the paperwork said
So
CEI.
this says pursuing a new contract with CEI.
Oh, I apologize.
So is it Craft and Toll or
Yes,
CEI?
it's Craft and Toll.
Okay.
That's my mistake.
Okay. So, thank you very much. So, directors, comments or questions?
Madam Mayor, I think this is when Kelsey had asked that we allow public input, which you said normally we wouldn't have public input, but we could ask for it. And so I would like to ask the directors to consider allowing public input.
Okay. So, do I have any direction, or is the board comfortable with us opening the floor for comment from the audience?
Okay. And if so, do you want us to go ahead and give our comments first?
Yes, I
and
do.
then,
I
like,
would
normal?
ask that you all go ahead and give your comments and questions, and then we will go to the audience. So, directors?
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Kevin. Again, sorry. Whoever you are.
You want to switch places, Kevin?
Just for the night.
Couple of questions. The pricing sheet, cost estimate, was dated this time last year. So are the costs going to be the same, or have they changed over the year?
Costs have likely changed as well.
So if you're estimating, are you thinking 10%, 15%, just ballpark?
I've been hearing about 30% each year over the last 3 years.
Okay, so we could take that 6.7 and add another 1.3 to it, so the total project would then be $9 million?
Yes, with the bridge, we're looking at least a $10 million project.
Okay. There's something else rolling around up here. Give it a minute to settle. It's kind of like one of those bingo things, you know? I'm waiting for it to just pop up and I can answer that. So the grant money, I knew it had something to do with that. Do we have to apply for the grant money ahead of time? I mean, how, or let me back up. Do we have to approve of the project before we apply and know if we're going to get grant money?
That would kind of be up to the board. So we would bring a separate resolution allowing staff to apply for this grant. I will say having finished construction design typically kind of gives you a leg up when you're applying for grants, but I don't believe that's a requirement. So we could apply for the raised grant, and if we received it at 100%, then follow through with the final design.
Okay. I would prefer that myself. And while I'm on a roll here, I'm just going to jump knee deep into it. That design, I do not like it at all. I mean, I do not like it. I guess I could use the same analogy that was given earlier. I know there needs to be work, and I'm not against the work. I'm just against that design. I think that something better could be done. I'm just trying to think. I know there's going to be something else, and I don't want to interrupt anybody else's flow. I know the bridge. So I'm assuming we could do either stages or phases to the whole thing. Like fix the bridge and curb and gutter. We're going to do that first. And then after that, we look at whatever else may need to be done. I don't know. I'm just saying. Or do we have to commit to, I guess if it's grant money, we have to commit to whatever we're getting the money for, which again, I know I'm not making sense now because I'm not against that. So I'm going to shut up. I appreciate that. $10 million. I mean, that's tough because with $10 million or even 8, you take 2 out for the bridge. I know the bridge has to be or will have to be fixed, but that would fill an awful lot of potholes. I mean, an awful lot of potholes. I would like 2 things, I guess, if I had my druthers. One, let's know if we're going to get the grant before we even halfway commit to anything. And possibly 2, when that time comes, let's get a better design. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David, and then to Lisa.
Kevin, the original proposal from Crafton and Toll did not include the bridge, right?
That's correct. It's not part of their contract right now. Has spent 130 of our own money and then about 130 of Walton Family Foundation, 100% for the preliminary design.
So what's been said in the past that we've never spent a dime on this project is false. We actually have spent $130,000. Walton has provided the other 130, but that has all been spent towards Crafton and Toll, correct?
I believe.
For the designs.
I believe so.
For the engineering. Why is it that we are needing to do another contract with Crafton and Toll? Just for the bridge?
They are at a standstill. I believe their current contract was for preliminary design. So we would need a contract for full construction drawings and then a contract for the bridge all in one, preferably.
See, I am not in favor of giving more money to stuff to be engineered when we're not even positive we're going to do this. This is why I was frustrated that it got as much money as it did get spent without the board actually voting, yes, we're all moving forward, we're going to do this project. Because the original proposal, the last public meeting on this, had two options. Big, nice easel, pictures. One had a roundabout, the other one did not have a roundabout. There was nothing except the same on both, except for that. That was the only difference. And I am not in favor of making East Main to have bump outs, narrow driving lanes, the way Broadway has been done. Broadway is an embarrassment in that it is so hard to drive for a rural agri community as we are. You cannot have two trucks with an extended cab on each side of Broadway without turning it into a one-lane street. It's been proven time and again. And it was all because we had to have these bump outs, which two of them have flower arrangements. They look nice, but the other two don't have anything. And the way this was sold to the public is we weren't going to lose any parking places. Well, when you put bump outs like that, you're going to lose parking places. So the whole project was come up with getting rid of the parking, parallel parking on the east side and making it like the parking is on the west side. And no one thought about the fact that it was now going to narrow the two lanes and make it difficult for anyone with any kind of large vehicle to drive down it. I see more bump outs on the two routes here. Mr. Patterson said last year that, well, no matter what, roundabout or not, we've got to redo the intersection at Washington and Main. I completely disagree. There is nothing wrong with that intersection right now whatsoever. It's not a four-way stop sign. It's not a four-way stop light. It's a two-street, two-way stop sign. And I have several friends that work at Cobb headquarters that look out over this intersection. They say there's nothing there to cause traffic backup. There's not any wrecks there. There's no traffic problem whatsoever. So to have it in our minds that we must make this change to this intersection just because a few people downtown or people, the powers that be, want it, doesn't make a lot of sense, especially in that the 6.7 million that's on the last page, I thought included the bridge. For it to only cover this unnecessary 3/4 of a mile rehash, it's mind-boggling. For you to say staff is worried about the bridge, well, there's a lot of other things that staff can be worried about and concerned about. They're redoing the Dogwood Bridge right now. It needs to be resurfaced at least, but I don't understand. I would certainly like the board to see any kind of paperwork that says that that bridge is unsafe. It's never been brought up as a problem in the past that I'm aware of, and now to throw it in to this project almost seems like we didn't have it before and we didn't have the support of the public, so let's throw the bridge in and reinvigorate this project and make it new. There's an awful lot of things around this community that 6 million and 7 million or 10 million could most certainly go, including Airport Road and so many others that are like an obstacle course where you have to drive from one side of the road to the other. And not just on top of that, we have sidewalks that are not in place now. We've had tremendous amount of complaints about no sidewalks down Harvard Street where people go get their groceries and are having to walk in the street because there's no sidewalks at all. We have, as Director Rissler was saying earlier, a lot of things that we have not paid attention to that are far more important than something that is just wanting to basically make the Main Street group happy or make some certain board members happy. We have something that may need it, maybe a bridge, but the other part of this is not needed at all. And there are far more important streets that are broken down, pieces, crumbling, and millions of dollars can go towards that and towards sidewalks. We have to be taking care of, in terms of spending millions, we've got to be taking care of necessities. And East Main, only 3/4 of a mile, is not a necessity in any shape, form, or fashion. On top of that, I will say, you can say grants all you want. I heard it from Don Clark all the time. There's no guarantee we're getting a grant, ever. We can apply for grants, but there's never a guarantee that we're ever gonna get a grant. What was the name of the grant you said would do the bridge, or?
RAISE grant.
RAISE?
Yes.
Well, we can talk about grants all we want, and we used to be told all the time that, you know, the Walton family money is free money, so we better take it. Well, there's no guarantee of getting grants on any project. And spending additional money for design and engineering of something that we don't have any idea if we will be required to fund all of it, or part of it, or none of it, it's just the cart before the horse once again, as the first 235 was.
Is that, are you
Madam-
finished, David?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Lisa?
So he kind of touched on something I was going to ask about. What's wrong with the bridge? I understand the weight. Is there any cracks? Is there any safety concerns at this point? Is there any reason that we need to focus on it immediately?
My understanding is, so RDOT sends out every other year, they inspect each bridge, and their last several inspections have come up with some sort of deficiency where they have placed a weight limit on that bridge to keep it from deteriorating further.
Okay, and so why did we think putting that bridge in with this project was a necessity?
For the RAISE grant, because those grants are typically for $10 million projects or more, that would be our opportunity for that specific grant.
Sorry, I'm writing. I do have more questions. So I take the stand, and I've always taken the stand, and I'm going to continue taking the stand. One, I don't think we should vote on the project unless we know we have a grant. If we don't have a grant, and like it says 100%, if we have to pay a dime, this is a project that falls under, I've already called Little Rock, it falls under going to the vote of the people. I believe I was elected to be a voice for the people, but not to take their voice away. So this project, if it moves forward in any way, shape, or form that costs the taxpayers money, I am going to keep screaming it should go to the vote of the people. This is a major project that affects a lot of people, and $10 million could do a lot of streets, could do a lot of sidewalks, could do a lot of drainage, especially for those people that are in need now, not 5 years down the road. They need it now. And so that's where I stand on this.
Thank you, Lisa. Anyone else? Mindy?
Yes. I believe this project was first brought to us back in 2019 or 2020. And my understanding from the very beginning was that the initial design would be paid for half by a Walton grant and half for the city. So I don't think there was ever anything out there that said the city never paid anything for it. We paid $135,000 for our part of the grant. That's my memory of that. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. As far as a grant, I would assume, now you said that it might be that we could apply for the grant without having all the plans in place.
Right.
But how likely, when you have everything spelled out, does that not make your chances for getting a grant a little greater?
Correct, yes.
Because otherwise, we don't really know what we're asking for. Okay. I don't know what you were referring to when you said this is something that could go before the people for a vote. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, although, if we get a grant, we're not
Well,
using the
that's why I
citizens'
said
money.
If we spend any money. If we don't, if it's 100% paid, well, of course not. But
Well,
it is.
but we might have to spend money to finish up these plans that are going to greater our chance to get a grant.
Yes.
And so that's kind of where I'm coming from. There are a lot of streets in this town, we all agree, that need improvement. East Main Street is one of them. Whether we like where it heads to or not, it is a street that, talk about sidewalks. Those sidewalks are literally crumbling on East Main Street. You don't know where the road is, and the driveways are on most of the street. I mean, it's a terrible street. And you know, with our amphitheater downtown and just the other things that we have that people come from other places to go to, that's their first impression oftentimes, is East Main Street. I'm in favor of doing what we can to improve that street. If that means not having bump outs, I don't care about bump outs. Obviously, they weren't real popular downtown, and if it's going to create a problem between here and Lincoln Street, then redo that part of it. But I'm not a grant writer. Don't know a lot about grants, but I would certainly think that the more information you have when presenting a grant request, the more likely you are to get that grant.
Mayor?
Yes, Lisa.
So, this is, it's Crafton Toll. We put Craft
Oh,
Toll.
sorry.
No, that's okay. David keeps calling them Crafton and Toll. I don't think Matt or Jim would. But, can city staff not, take over some of these as the engineering work? Because we have PEs on staff, do we not?
Yes,
And
I'm our
know-
PE.
Trust me, I know the difference, because but do we not have transportation, staff that have PEs
Yes, I'm our PE.
on transportation or CE? Or are you a, civil engineer?
Yes.
Or, okay, what about transportation? So there's an expertise in transportation.
Yes, I tested in transportation.
So is there not a reason that you couldn't do the additional roadwork design for the bridge?
We, not for the bridge. I'm not a structural engineer.
Do we have any structurals with Ps?
Not on staff, no. The projects requiring a structural engineer don't come up often enough.
Is that the only part that is needed on this project, is the structural part?
I would need to look at our contract with Crafton Toll to see if we could pick up from their preliminary design, or if we would need to come up with something kind of all new on our own as far as the East Main improvements. So there's no question city staff could do this project with the exception of the bridge. It's just, this was such a major project, we put it out to a firm so that we could work on the drainage projects and things of that nature. Because for us to work on this project, it would probably be one of only a handful of projects we would do that year instead of the number that we can do right now.
Is there not other bridge contracts that we could get, other bridge grants that we can get? Because I know there's a lot out there, because when I worked,
There are some other bridge grants. They're typically the 80-20 match instead of the 100%. And a lot of them have restrictions on where the bridge sits compared to the floodplain, which is the issue we've run into in the past. Because there's no way to elevate that bridge above the 500-year flood, and that's the requirement of a lot of grants. So that was kind of why we targeted the RAISE grant, because they don't have that requirement on the flood level of the bridge.
and I'm sure there's others, but I think if we need to get the bridge, we need to focus on the bridge. If it's a liability, I think the liability becomes priority over almost all streets. I mean, we have a obligation to the citizens. And so I did tell citizens that I would speak. I got a lot of emails. I think we all did. I got a lot of texts. I got a lot of phone calls. I got a lot of messages.
Madam Mayor, I am so sorry for interrupting you right now, but I do actually want to maybe shorten this because your recommendation is not asking us to approve spending any money. It's just asking us to find out from Craft and Toll what it would even cost, right?
Yes, what we're asking tonight is if the board is in agreement with staff pursuing a design contract, we would bring that contract before you.
Requires
And
money.
if you're not in agreement of that, then we would either
Point
kind
of
of.
order, Director Rissler had the floor
Well-
and was Hey, she
apologize.
has the floor,
No,
and you don't take away the point to go off on something else.
No, I understand, but I think we may. Well, go ahead.
Understand what he's wanting. I know what he's wanting a recommendation. I don't feel like I can make a recommendation based off half information. I've always said that in all our board meetings. I know you guys like to cut them short and get out of here, but I really want to be a voice for the citizens. I don't like having to get half the information and give them direction, and then go off on it. I like to ask my questions that the citizens ask me to ask. I do represent the citizens. I'm not sitting up here representing myself. I'm representing the citizens that elected me. And so I want to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from. And we did get a lot of emails. And I know that it was to vote no. But there was also some good questions in there. And there are good questions about why do we have to do the bridge? If a bridge is that important, why are we not making it a focus instead of attaching it to another project? And again, I will stand on. I think it should go to the vote of the citizens. And again, you put your bridge in there, you're taking a risk. If we end up having to spend money and you don't get that grant and you take it to the vote of the people, it may not pass. So a bridge, should it be tied into this project? I mean, it's a legit question.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, David.
Regarding the question of not knowing where the road is, it needs restriping. It's needed restriping for a long time, as so many streets around the city do. It's been ignored a lot around the city on striping, crosswalks, lines of delineation for where the lanes are. I've talked to the Latin business owners at the top of the hill, and they just want to be left alone and do their business. And for us, I actually was told that we owe it to them to redo this East Main. This is going to completely upset all the business traffic along this entire route for an unlimited amount of time that we don't know. The fact is, we have already paid Crafton and Tall for design work. And I would like to review the contract with them before we now go and add to that contract or ask for more work. We've already spent, whether it was our money or somebody else's money, $250,000. And yes, it has been sold to the public that not a dime has been spent on this. I think we need the board to see the bridge report. We need the board to review the contract with Crafton and Tall. And we need to see the entire design layout that they return to us for the money. We had these on big easels at the last public meeting. We never had a public meeting that allowed the public to raise questions. It was just one person here and one person there, and it was never a group meeting like public meetings are supposed to be. But East Main is not undrivable. It is perfectly fine to drive now, and there are streets in this city that are undrivable and have caused people flats, have caused people's their car to bottom out. And that's unacceptable, folks. The public has been to these meetings and spoken out and said, do not waste my taxpayer dollars on a project that is specifically for a specific tiny group of town. You want to talk about illegal exaction? That's illegal exaction. When you're spending taxpayer dollars to only benefit a certain group of businesses, that's what you're doing. The emails from the public today, we've gotten 11 of them before this meeting started. When we had public vote, as Lisa has requested, at several board meetings before I got on this board, I saw them brought up and asked for. And there was an entire investigation as to what it needs to go to a public vote. We went to a public vote on spending $8 million for broadband that would have been an income generator for this city, would have brought in millions of dollars for this city. That was in 2012. It got voted down by a few hundred votes. The board voted without going to the public for a $4.7 million library that ended up costing the taxpayers $7 million. They did not go to the public for a vote. They voted in the 11th hour of budget meetings to put that in. So now you've got a $10 million project that there are an awful lot of people in this city that are against it, 100% fighting mad that it's even still being considered. If this is going to be considered and pushed forth, then it needs to go to a public vote. And I'm not for spending even one more dime to Crafton and Tall. They've given us more than enough that we can take to apply for a grant.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Reed.
East Main has tremendous infrastructure that is in need. And as far as drainage, as far as sidewalks, the electrical, whether it's going to be above ground, below ground. If I was a mother and had a child in a stroller, you couldn't do it on East Main. It's just, you'd be in the streets where you'd be. The idea of spending all the money fixing that as it breaks down, and it's totally our cost, that's going to be millions of dollars. But if we have an opportunity to garner a grant to where they can help with that, and we're also able to fix infrastructure, and it's not just for the beautification or the narrowing or however you want to put it, but also just to, goodness, how old is some of that infrastructure on East Main? Is it maybe 100 years old or 80 years old? So I do know we are at a point where we've got to address it. How we address it, I think, is good. I think saying, no, we're not going to do anything is just going to make it harder later. And still somehow we have this East Main, non-East Main. I'd rather look at it as the city of Siloam Springs. You know, we have a tremendous entrance exit coming from the south, from the north, and from the west. But the east does need some help. I'm in a field of work that I deal with people moving to town. And when you ask them one of the first three things they want to see, one of those is downtown. Not because it takes care of everything, but when you see a downtown that is thriving, so goes the city. I would really like to see us pursue something that if we can get some help with it, that is awesome, versus us saying, yeah, we have reserves and this has collapsed or that's happened, we've got to fix it without it. I'd like to see us pursue that. And if that means going to even to a vote, I think our citizens can have that opportunity, but I think we need to educate them. The infrastructure is going to deteriorate more, and if we can get some help, awesome. But if we have to do it on our own, it's going to be an expensive venture. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Carol.
I have physically walked East Main Street. And it is not good. You can't even tell where you're supposed to walk, where the road ends, where the curb is. It needs help. That street deserves to be taken care of. So I am in favor of pursuing this even more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
One of the things I was going to say earlier, but I spoke to a lot of the businesses. So when they had that meeting at the library, and it was about the businesses that were invited and the board wasn't invited, businesses down that road called me. I had 3 businesses right there, right in that area, that called me, and they were mad. They were mad because there wasn't board representation at that meeting, that they weren't going to have board representation. And they said, we want you there. It's not even my ward. And they have expressed concerns that they don't want this project. Put a sidewalk in, they're fine. Don't affect their businesses, and that's what they're afraid of, is their businesses being affected. And then the way we spend money and the tax dollars, the way we use our money. And a lot of those businesses down there have said that they are perfectly fine with the way it is. I can see if there's infrastructure, and I agree with Reed. If there's infrastructure issues, we need to educate people. But if the public decides that they want to do this project, I'm all for it. If the public decides they don't, I support them too. But we do need to listen to the public on this project, and I do think that we need to separate out. If that bridge is a priority and that bridge is a liability, we need to figure out whether we get this grant or not, how to get that bridge done.
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I
David.
completely agree with what Lisa just said. To attach this bridge onto an already controversial project just to be able to get it up to a certain level, number one, it sounds like we're doing it just to be able to push through this project to satisfy those who've been demanding it for so many years. But the priority, being the bridge, should be looked at separately. As I've said, there's no guarantee of grants, and my question here is, you're asking us to do another contract with Crafton and Tall. If it is only to do with the bridge, that's one thing, but that's not what this thing tonight says. As usual with board members, there's a difference of opinion. Reed said we have to address it. I disagree. There are far more important priorities in the city than East Main that need addressed. The question of drainage, I had somebody send me a video a year ago in the middle of a massive 2 or 3 day rainstorm that had continued. They were standing right in front of Poor John's, and they videoed their feet. And I said, what are you trying to say? And they said, there's no drainage down here. No drainage problem. There are big storm drains that take off all the water, and there are no backup water problems causing flooding that people's all concerned about it. In 2019, there was a needs study done by a public committee appointed by this board, and every single person on that committee was a business owner down the route of this street. Now tell me how that is not a major conflict of interest for the result of that survey, for the result of that study, to come back and not include people from every ward, to not include bankers, business people, JBU people, school system, to only keep it to just the people that own a business along the route of this proposed project. That should have been illegal, and it's frustrating that it was approved by this board. Back when you said this came before the board, Mindy, in 2019. That is a fact. If you don't believe it, go look it up. If you want to have a real needs survey done, then do a true needs survey appointed by people from all over the community. As it is now, I believe there's far too much information we don't have. There is the fact we already have designs that we've paid for, the fact that we have a contract that we're not sure if we've already gotten everything that we are supposed to get from that. And Carol said you can't figure out where you're supposed to walk. I mean, we could have restriped the street a long time ago instead of making it a part of the reason to redo this whole street. I make a motion that we table this project until the next meeting.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
can I speak to this after a motion has been made? Table?
Voting on this, are we?
We're,
Yeah, I don't know that we're really, I don't know what.
I don't think so. I think that if I'm correct, you're asking for
Guidance.
permission to.
Yes, staff is just asking for kind of the temperature of the board on whether we move forward with this project anymore or not. And I will mention that the public hasn't had a chance to comment yet.
Absolutely.
And so I did have a comment then, since we're not.
We
have a
don't
reason to
have a
table.
second on the motion, so.
Okay. So, I do apologize
No, you're
for
fine.
interrupting.
I
You were-
interrupted you too, and I apologize.
Well, and the whole reason was because I knew you were gonna start talking about the emails that we got, and I think several of the emails that we got talked about not wanting us to spend $7 million, vote no on spending $7 million, when the recommendation right now, my understanding, and again, this isn't to push things through, and not get the information, but I think we may be, it sounds to me like you're just asking if you can go back to Crafton and Tull and see what the next step would cost. That you're not
Right.
asking to spend any money.
Correct.
Before any money would be spent, you would come back to us. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so I'm in favor of that, because we're not spending any money. We do have differences of opinions, and that's okay. That's what makes the world go round. I feel like adding the bridge to this project is giving us the greater chance to get the grant, and that is a good thing. If we don't get the grant, it sounds like there's the potential to take it before the citizens for a vote. So, but I think really right now, I say yes. Move forward with finding out what it would cost, and I think that's.
Okay, so.
I'm just one.
Before we move on, then, you all have agreed that we want public input, so I'll ask if there is anyone in the audience that would like to come to the podium and address this issue.
Larry Kennemore, 207 Western Hills Drive. First off, I'd like to say that my street where I live, Mindy Hunt knows, pretty bad street, and took 5 months to fix while everybody played dodgeball trying to get around the potholes in the street, and had to have my front end realigned, but it did get done. But it took 5 months with some serious issues with people dodging each other. And Mindy said that, the citizens are concerned how you spend our money. I'd be concerned about $10 million when there's a lot of sidewalks and there's a lot of streets in this city need to be fixed. Before we go fix a street, East Main Street, that was better than my street today, still, before my street was fixed. East Main Street doesn't have those potholes in it. You may not like how the sidewalks or the curbs are, but it is drivable, a lot better drivable than other streets in this city. And so, we talked about tonight about giving relief to citizens. $10 million would be a big relief to the citizens, number one, that you're not going to spend it on a project that may sound good or feel good. But I'd also like to say that we spent all this time on this issue here tonight when we could have been spending this time on, guess what? Talking about the real street problems that we have here. And lastly, you know, this is a public forum and the citizens need to know that there's people that are on this board that have a vested interest in that street down there and probably want this done. And people need to look into that and say, oh, who are these people and what vested interest do they have? They have a vested interest in it, and that's why they want to vote for it. Need to look into that. And last, I'd like to ask the question of this of the board that you need to ask. If you don't get the grant money, where's the money going to come from? I've heard people say, well, we got $20 million in reserves. You better keep that $20 million. You might not want to forget about that last tornado that came through here. If we hadn't had that money, we'd be in serious trouble. So you need to save that money and use it for something else. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Larry. Is there anyone else?
Rebecca Wyatt, 1109 East Jill Street. Do I need my name and address?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for the record, that's why we asked for it.
I'm just a citizen, but I drive East Main Street, and it's really one of the nicest roads we have in this town, and it's wide. And so I'm not understanding why this is happening. Maybe I'm just not that informed, but it's nice and easy to get into. And then you get on real Main Street, and it's just a booger to get, it's bad. So if it could be fixed with just striping, is there any way tonight that maybe you guys could approve striping? Is that an option to have that done? If that's a real problem, or am I just not knowing what I'm talking about?
I think that is something that the board would have to see what the proposal was and the cost for doing that.
Is it expensive?
Yeah, well, I don't know. And I don't know that the directors know that. So, Jay, I will ask you if this is something that, because of this question from our citizen, is that something that we could ask to be brought to the board, the cost of doing just the striping?
Yes, I don't see any reason why not.
Okay. So, first I'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience that would like to speak.
Jason Lanker, 120 South Maxwell. I appreciated hearing this. I came to get my wife because she goes blind at night and can't drive as well. And so this, just getting to hear this was helpful for me. I really appreciate Kevin's thoughtfulness for our city. To see a $2 million bridge that has to be repaired and to take a shot and to take the effort to try to make that zero for the taxpayers, I think is just a wise and a good move down that path. To the second step of kind of hearing back and forth of East Main, to me as a citizen, it's kicking a can down a road. It's got to be fixed at some point. So when is it going to be fixed? It has to be walkable at some point. You're drawing, most of our traffic comes in from the corridor, and they're coming in through that east exit, through that east entrance. Having a business downtown, regularly what I hear is, when I drove into Siloam, I wasn't expecting much, turned the corner, came downtown, and my whole expectation of what Siloam was changed. So from people outside the community, they really appreciate that. And that's been really, really helpful for them, especially somebody mentioned the amphitheater and just how much that's getting used and people coming into our community. Using that and then to branch out to that, to using our businesses and using other stuff. It doesn't happen by people jumping in cars and driving out to national companies that are along 412. It is a benefit to our community when it touches small businesses that people walk to, that people are part of, that they build into and support what our community is doing here. And so that pays long-term dividends in that process. And so being able to pour into our city and something that has to get done at some point and saying, hey, let's pour into our city here. any other street fixes isn't going to pour into the community with income. That's a thoroughfare. That's where business builds off of. It's a hub to what we do here in Siloam. And so I think it's a really valid point to pour our resources into and to say, hey, let's invest into what we're doing so that it's a benefit to the other areas. And from that increased income, you have increased taxes. You could pass that out and bring all the other things. So I appreciate the discussion. That's my thoughts as a citizen.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Kelsey Howard, 312 South College Street. I'm weirdly at 1014 really full of joy about our town and the possibilities of it. How many of y'all went to Fourth Friday, that great partnership between the Chamber and Main Street and the city? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks, Mark. Yeah. My gosh, it was just so beautiful to see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people coming together from all different walks of life and to celebrate community, to celebrate fellowship, to celebrate just time seeing folks that you hadn't seen in a long time. That just filled me with so much joy about our town, just thinking like, this is what community is like, seeing us all coming together. Whether you're on one side, one ward or another, it's great seeing these many projects come together. I totally agree what y'all have been saying about sidewalks and potholes. My parents live on Villaview. So grateful that that street is not so precarious anymore. And you know, what it reminds me of is that we aren't talking about one thing or another. We have such a talented city staff. They do so much hard work every day. I'm looking right now at the 2020 Siloam Springs Street Sidewalk Maintenance and Repair Master Plan. We have a master plan because we have awesome staff members and awesome board members who are committed to thinking very strategically about how we can phase different projects, like phasing in street repair, sidewalk repair. So what's awesome is we can all cheer that we aren't choosing one project or another. We have seen the strategy of choosing how we can very carefully and thoughtfully spend taxpayer dollars to methodically fix sidewalks and streets. I've been waiting for a while for Villaview to get fixed. It got fixed. I'm so grateful. It can't all happen at once. So with that in mind, that it can't all happen at once, how great is it, and how can we celebrate and come together to agree that we can support staff to go out and just seek some information? I'm hearing from all you board members that you don't like half information. Let's encourage the staff to go out and get all the information. How much would it cost Craft and Toll to get some more design work to include this bridge, which I heard it said that this is going to have to be repaired down the road, and I'm worried that without the advantage of grant funding, it's going to be so much more expensive for me as a taxpayer if we don't at least try to get grant money for it to be free. Doesn't that make sense for everybody? This seems like a win-win. And I really appreciated, Ms. Wyatt, your question about, well, wait, I'm confused. It's easy to drive. It is easy to drive on East Main, and it's impossible to walk. And it's so easy to drive that I remember the city did a speed study about how fast people were cruising over that hill that is supposed to be 20 miles an hour. People ain't going 20 miles an hour. I remember that, is it 25, 30? It's low. And then it's 20, thank you. Anyway, I'm almost done. Just to say that I think it seems like such an easy decision to just get more information. And I think that we have to consider the people who don't have cars. We have to look out for all our citizens. We have to think about people who are going to benefit from seeing their neighbors, from coming and seeing each other and having the choice to be on sidewalks or whatever mode of transportation they can afford. I think that's critical. And that it is safe for me to use a stroller. I remember that when Craft and Toll came and led a board walk up East Main, He said, my daughter is in a wheelchair and I would never let her come to East Main. That has stuck with me. So I heard from this board that quality of life is sidewalks and making sure that people with different abilities can access streets. So all that to say, my summary is it's not one or the other. We've got a street plan. We've got a maintenance plan. Let's get some more information. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Kelsey. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Just state your name and address.
Rebecca Wyatt, 1109 East Jewel. So just to address that too is I am partially handicapped, so I use a scooter. I can't just walk around blocks, and there's a lot of places that I cannot in my neighborhood. There's no sidewalks, partial sidewalks, some not. So I really know as a handicapped person what this is like. And so I am speaking from experience. This is a lot of money to not put to the vote. This is a nice road. It's not perfect. And there's not a lot of the downtown little buildings that you see on Main Street. East Main Street doesn't have all these little tiny buildings. So I personally just think this is a lot of money. If you can just put in for grants, that would be great if it didn't cost any more money. But we spent how much time trying to fix this golf course for $50,000 more. And I think you're looking at a lot more money just to get Craft and Toll. Am I correct? You would have to pay quite a bit more money to get them to give you more information? Is that correct?
Kevin.
Well, they're not going to do it for free.
No, but we don't.
They've been very expensive so far. I'm not an expert, but it seems like a lot of money for a road that isn't that bad. And as a scooter rider, I'm thankful for what I can do. I'm just not going to come down, certain roads, you know what I mean, because they just aren't fixed. But we have a really nice town. I think we should really go after the needs. Like these people that are having drainage problems and potholes and things, instead of that's just my opinion. It's not a learned opinion, but it's just for me driving that road. So enough of me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't think I would speak, but I'm Cammie Heavener. I'm at 810 Oakcrest Road, which I dare you to drive down my street on Oakcrest and tell me it's not the worst road in town. But I will say that on this East Main Street project, as a real estate agent, this is the entrance to our downtown. And it is true, when we show property and we bring people downtown, there are comments. It just doesn't look good. It's not, it's not just for the improvement of the roads and the sidewalks, because yes, that's great. It's also just to make it look better. Just like our downtown before, there's just things to be done too that could the bridge could look better. Let me tell you something. I spray painted under that bridge in high school. It has not changed a bit, except they've covered over it. I had a wreck right there in front of the shoe store because my boyfriend was going too fast and rear-ended somebody and they rolled. So, and that still is exactly the same as it is. So
You're talking about the underpass bridge.
Yes,
Okay.
where the bridge is,
not
the underpass.
Yeah. Kevin's talking about the bridge up near the park.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the underpass. I'm sorry. Yes.
But
well,
you
anyway,
just admitted
I did admit
to a
to
felony.
defacing. Yes, I know. I thought about that after I said it, but I'm pretty sure people knew it was me because it was my name. Which, Anyway, I just think as an entrance, though, just coming into that part of Main Street, because when we do come in off of 412, you come in that way. Like I think Kelsey was saying, when you have Fourth Friday, all the people that we had at Fourth Friday from out of town, that's the direction they came. So they come by Simmons, and I love the painting on the mural on Simmons. To me, made a huge difference. I think that's great, but there's so many more things that could improve down there. And I'm not saying that is a huge price tag, and I'm not saying but that's not what we're deciding tonight. And I think that's what Mindy keeps saying. Michael Jordan said, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take." You might get the grant and have $10 million of a brand new town, East Main Street. Why not try to get the grant? I think is just the most important thing, is that you know, and ask Craft and Toll if this could be maybe something they can just do. It's part of their contract already. We don't know that. You ask them. It doesn't hurt to ask. Say, hey, you've done this much. we'll let you have some free coffee or something. I mean,
This
anyway.
is what I've asked for, is that the board be able to review the contract,
Yes.
make sure that,
Yes.
that there is not already,
Something that I agree with that. I think
and
for
that's why
sure.
I think this being
Mhm.
voted tonight is the cart before the horse when we have too many unanswered questions. If we want to do this, fine, but let's
Wait and
answer
see the
these
con-
other
yeah.
questions of what Crafton and Toll's already been paid for.
I think the most important thing is how much Craft and Toll would charge, or if it's covered. So anyway, that's all I was going to say, is that I think if you have a chance to get it for free, why not try to get it for free? So that's all.
Thank you, Cammie. Yes, Carol.
Something we're voting on tonight, is it?
No. He is simply asking for directions.
That's exactly what
whether
I thought.
He
but
should go and
there was some comment made.
talk to Craft and Toll about the contract and the addition of new designs and what that would cost. And then you would bring that back to us for approval that would have the dollar amount and exactly what they would do. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And then also the choice between the three options. So staff's recommendation is the full rebuild but without the roundabout. But they did provide an option for side path only, and then of course the option with the roundabout.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Lisa.
I would like to make a recommendation that's totally, you haven't even suggested. I would like to make a recommendation that staff look at doing the civil part and getting a quote from Craft and Toll, because I do know Craft and Toll, and I guarantee you, I know what the contract says. They don't cross. They know the difference. And they aren't cheap because they are good. They are one of the top engineering firms in our state, a couple states. But I would like to see about staff doing the civil engineering and what it would cost for Craft and Toll to do just the structural with the civil engineering that we have. How much that would cost. And then a cost of how much it would cost for them to do the whole thing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, I
so
believe so.
there's a lot of savings in that. You have to admit. There's a reason they charge a lot of money. And so we could save a lot of money if we could do the civil part. And you already said you do transportation and you have your PE. A requirement is your PE. So we meet the requirement for the PE.
Okay, so that is your recommendation that you would like to present to this board to consider. Is that correct?
Those two options.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, yes, Betsy.
I think that makes sense, and yeah, and it saves money.
Okay.
I would like to clarify.
Certainly.
So when I say you do civil engineering and they do the structural, those are two totally different projects. That's
Correct.
one cost. That's two different costs. I mean, you wouldn't do this in-house cost. The other one is the complete project as a whole.
Right.
So depending on because there's other grants that we can apply for, not just this RAISE grant. So if we do qualify for a grant that we can get the bridge covered, and it is such a need, and then if we have to split it up or if we have to put it together, then we can, and we don't get the grant, we can go to the vote of the people.
So you're understanding what she's asking?
Yes,
Is
I
that
believe
correct?
so.
Okay.
Yes.
So I would ask then, with that recommendation before you, what is the pleasure of each director? Is that what you would like to direct staff to proceed with? So I would ask you, Mindy.
I'm perfectly okay with your pursuing what you ask us to pursue. Just going with your original recommendation.
Ken?
Now, are you asking on her recommend? I'm good with either. I mean, just finding out what the cost is, but I can live with her request because it would be good to know the differences.
Yes, we can bring options for what that cost would look like.
Betsy?
I like Lisa's suggestion.
And Lisa, obviously you approve. That's your suggestion. Reed?
Kevin, please pursue the options.
Carol?
My question is, does staff have time to do that with the other projects? But if they do, then
David?
I support Lisa's suggestion.
All right. So I think Kevin and Alan, you all have the direction that this board is wanting to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Next is our July financials. Alan?
Turn that back on. In front of you, board, you have July financials. If you have any questions, please let me know or contact Christina. I'd be happy to answer those questions.
Thank you, sir. And then right on to the administrator's report.
I have expenditures that I'd like to run by the board. The first one is $41,200 for 200 LED street lights fixtures for the electric department. The second expenditure is for $40,978 for 200 LED Cobra head street lights fixtures for electric. And then per resolution 34-23, $99,216 for 600 200 RF mesh leaf AMI meters with disconnect electric. The second one is $54,180 for 250 kVA 240 120 1 pH pad mount transformer for electric. The third is $70,219.25. Elbows, standoff plugs, insulated caps, bushings, and well inserts for electric. And the final expenditure is $72,031 for 200 4 PT feed through, 103 PT feed through for electric. And then lastly, I would like to congratulate my selection. Christopher Paxson has accepted the position of CUNY Development Director. He will begin his employment 9/25/23. I'd also like to announce Kevin Moore will be taking on an additional role as the Assistant Community Development Director / engineer. So congratulations to Kevin. Just for board, this wasn't on your sheet tonight, but just for your knowledge, tomorrow we'll be, through all the conversation tonight, we'll be posting a grant writer. It's already in the budget. It is my hope this grant writer will stay on full-time. As budget time comes, I will put that slot as a full-time position. Questions?
Thank you, sir. So, directors, before I go into your reports, do you have any questions for the administrator after? Nope. Okay. Then we'll move on to the director's reports. Before I ask that, I would like to ask the board if you are okay with Mr. Lancaster is going to, apparently you have asked for him to send you a resolution for your review and
Who did you say?
Mr. Lancaster, the attorney that was here. Yes. So I would like to ask that when we get that you all are okay with us having the Municipal League review that also, because they are aware of the letter and the situation, and they, of course, are going to be our legal counsel should anything move forward in the future. So if you all are good with us letting them review what is sent, and I just need to know that that's okay with this board for that to happen. I see nods of yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. So now we'll move to the director's reports. Mindy, we'll start, and David, you will close, please.
I really don't have anything to report tonight. I have a very early morning tomorrow morning, so I am going to cut down on director's report time by not having a report.
Thank you. Ken?
So you're saying that me having an unusually long list of things is,
You can have double the time or you can be nice.
well, you know me, I'm really nice. I have one thing. Because it is so late, I was approached over the weekend by John Guffey, and he wanted me, he could not be here tonight, and he asked that I convey his appreciation to staff. Apparently you've had many conversations about the speed limit in front of his house, and he is very appreciative of everybody's cooperation and the work and effort that staff put in to get that lowered. And he just wanted me to say that, one, he apologizes that he could not be here tonight to do it himself, but he just cannot express enough his appreciation and gratitude to Kevin and the staff and everybody involved. I don't know who that was, but I'm sure that you do and that you will pass the word along. He is very grateful. So thank you for him, and thank you for me and the board for the service that you have provided in working with the community. So that's it.
Thank you. Betsy?
First, I want to congratulate Kevin on the new position. That's awesome. Couldn't be a better person for it. And then I want to say I hope we can resolve the veto issue and the Main Street contract so that this never, ever happens again. It's not fair to our citizens. It's not fair to Main Street. They don't deserve the stress of going through this. And if the money is taken from them, they have the right to turn around and sue the city, which I would not blame them. What was done put our city at risk for a lawsuit, and it was pointed out during those board meetings of a potential lawsuit, and that wasn't taken very seriously, and now here we are with the threat of it. Yeah, and it's because we went against the Office of AML Attorneys, which is actually 8 practicing attorneys, and now the Attorney General opinion. We need to keep in mind that our legal counsel, as Director Hunt pointed out, is an advisor, not the authority, and I hope that this board chooses to take this seriously and not allow it to happen again.
Thank you. Lisa?
I've been approached by some local companies that want to know if we will go back to hiring local companies to do services and purchasing for the needs of the city. A lot of people feel like that we've gotten away from looking at local companies, and state statute actually allows us to look at local companies if there's only a 5% difference. And so I hope that we can go back to doing that more often than we have been. Christmas is coming up. I know it's warm in here, but it's part of the Burr months, and Christmas is coming up, and Director Hunt had an idea a couple years ago for the Christmas decoration, and that's going to be coming up, and we don't want to do like we did last year and kind of throw it together. And I'm hoping the chamber can continue doing it, and I hope that we can agree the chamber can do it because they did an amazing job. The map was amazing, and so maybe we can have conversations on maybe moving forward on that. And I'd still give to it like I did last year. You might want to check with Christopher if he watched tonight's meeting, that if he still wants to take the job. It's going late. He might be stuck here late. So, but congratulations, Kevin. I have to say, I've had a ton of citizens compliment you and the way you work with them, and you feel like they feel like you're a team with them and not against them. It's not an us against them. It's a team. And you have shown that to the citizens, and I have gotten compliments on it. And so congratulations. I'm happy for you. And I look forward to seeing what you become in the future because you are amazing. I want to say, somebody brought to our attention some things with the animal control and had some questions about the animal control. And when we were sitting in a meeting and we were talking about possibly putting a board together for the animal control, it hit me, and I didn't realize I think I did realize, but in the back of my mind, I never verbalized it, but Director Smiley has been amazing in this community when it comes to the animal control. And I think that people need to recognize that and tell her thank you. The reason we have the shelter that we have is because of Director Smiley. She's put her blood and sweat into this, to what we have today. And in this conversation, and they were talking about putting a board together, I couldn't think of a better person that I think could serve on that board than Director Smiley. And I want to say thank you for all your work that you've done, because I've seen concerns from citizens about being a no-kill shelter and about caring for the animals, and you've been doing that. So thank you.
That it? All right. Reed?
I don't think this has been done yet, but I'd like to introduce the City of Siloam Springs to our new city administrator, Alan Gilbert. I know this is your second meeting, and I think we only forgot all about it the last meeting, since you've been here each time, and you're just in a different chair, but welcome.
This overtime?
But anyway, I still appreciate the City of Siloam Springs, what we do, who we are, and where we're going, and I look forward to our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Carol?
Well, I'm going to talk about the animal shelter again. They always need volunteers. They need supplies. They need shoes. If you've got old ratty towels, they'll take those. They can use those. But the other thing is that the animal shelter and tail waggers are having a pool potty, P-A-W-T-Y, at the pool, and it's this Saturday from 10 to 2. They will be playing games. There's prizes, some raffles, and it is $10. I think, is it $10 per dog? I think he left. I'm not sure. But I've taken my dog there. It's a fun time, and it supports the animal shelter. It's kind of a fun way to raise funds, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. David? I'm sorry? Yes, absolutely.
Something before you started closing. I had one last thought. I've talked to several board members in the room, and I haven't been able to talk to everyone yet. I would like to try something different this year with budget. I would like to meet on October 9th at 4 o'clock, and hopefully we can get the budget done in one day. I'll have the entire staff there prepared, as would include department heads and managers. If we get too late, we can roll it over to the 10th. I know it's on Columbus Day, but that is not a recognized city holiday. And my hope is if we can get that done on the 9th, possibly the 10th, it could go to the board for approval on the 17th at that board meeting. The reason for this is a lot of times staff needs to get things ordered. And if budget continues to go to late to December, we get late on the list to get things ordered and in the pecking order that things need to get done. That's why a lot of projects aren't getting started till March and April. If we can get the budget earlier and staff knows that budget's approved, they can go forward and start getting on these lists and start getting things ordered. Because as you know, things take 3 months, 4 months, sometimes a year or two to get. The quicker we can get started, the quicker we can get started on projects next year. So I'd like you to consider that. Okay.
Thank you, Alan. David?
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Alan, for your director's or your administrator's report and for your emails to us of your updates. I wanted to thank our chamber and Arthur Hulbert for pursuing the redevelopment of the Pool of Siloam. A year ago, Bob Holloway emailed this board asking why we couldn't do it. And I found out recently, I didn't know this, that Pastor Tim Estes had asked 5 years ago. And our staff just said, no, can't do it. Now, Arthur has gone and done a lot of research and found out that the hillside is not owned by the city, as many people assumed. And he's putting a great project together, and they're raising money to put it on. And the brochure he found the same week that he asked the lady about using the property, one of his new staffers found a 1986 brochure, and there's 16 scenes to the Pool of Siloam. It was a very big deal back in the day. I was a kid in the 60s, and my parents took me and my brother every year to it, and it was a really educational and enjoyable storyline to follow the life of Christ. I also want to thank Jim Caldwell, who I don't know if he sent everybody. He sent me an email just because I wasn't able to make the town hall meeting where he spoke to the board, and he had a lot of great points, and I appreciate him sending that. The question I had, and I meant to bring it up earlier, we approved an Airbnb tonight on half of a house, basically a duplex. Is that possible? I didn't know we could only do that. We could approve just one side of a home to be an Airbnb. And so I meant to bring that up, and if we can have somebody just check and make sure that that's okay and we're doing it right. I don't know how many people saw the pictures that Todd Varnado put of the sidewalks on Madison Street and the elderly people trying to navigate that. But that's a prime example of what we've got all over the city, because sidewalks, replacement of sidewalks, new sidewalks has not been a priority of this board for many, many years. And it needs to become one. We've put a lot of money into biking and kayaks and Main Street and all redevelopment of downtown. We've got to make it to where walkers are protected. Harvard Street, as I've said, is a very busily traveled street, and it's wide enough, but it doesn't have sidewalks whatsoever, and the people that are traveling it have to walk in the street, which is the way it is on Main Street. I understand that as they go up the hill, but it's wide enough. They can walk in the street because it's already wide enough. There's sidewalks in the main part of downtown in front of the buildings, but it doesn't continue. I think sidewalks needs to become, along with drainage and replacement of major pothole streets, our three biggest priorities for taking care of the necessity of our citizens. Within the next year, it needs to be whatever we have to spend, we're going to spend. Because we can say, like regarding the property tax, how we don't want to change it because we've got to keep that money going to streets. And we can say we need that for the street fund. But yet, we can ignore all the other streets because we've all got to concentrate on 3/4 of a mile because it's downtown and it's Main Street and it's going to cost us $1 million. We don't even know how much did Broadway cost to do bump outs and all that. So I just think we need to refocus our priorities, because $7 million minimum, $10 million possible, of which Mr. Patterson said a year ago that this project before the bridge could go up to $10 million. Kevin, I also want to thank you for the job you've done. You make it very clear when you're speaking in front of us, your personality, it's your job, your work ethic, everything. I've heard from people around town, developers, that it's not a feeling of antagonism anymore. There's no more us and them. It's we're all working for the same thing, and it's a huge change, and I appreciate it very much. The problem I did have with what we were talking about earlier was that so often the research by staff or pushing forward for a contract does automatically lead to the spending of millions. And so I'm going based on what I've seen in all the years I've been around. Anyway, that's all I can think about here. And
so David, before you make a motion,
yeah.
Lisa has asked that she have a word. So
I just want to say congratulations to Chief Miller, I guess, do we say Chief? At this point, I know he's an interim, but congratulations. I didn't recognize that. I was trying to be quick, I'm sorry, but the pressure was on. But no, congratulations.
Thank you. All right, David?
I think we all feel the same.
Absolutely.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 We are adjourned.